stick cager. Hello. Alright, I'm gonna set up. Gonna see if anybody's gonna come in here. Not, we'll go on with the stream as planned. I'm just gonna set up my background. Oh my god, I hate this delay. Okay. Can you see behind me at all? I don't know if this will even matter. But I have all these cool lights. And I might as well use them. Okay. A lot of them need batteries or to be plugged in though. So. We'll be going over a lot of different people that have spread misinformation today. Some of them more serious than others. The most serious being, of course, the random snarkers that feel that it's their responsibility to try to ruin families that are, you know, loving and perfectly fine and nothing wrong with them. First light. Okay. How are we looking so far? There is light back there. Okay. This one is a projection light. It projects pink light though, so it's not like a ring light situation. But we'll see. I wish I had socks on. I'll probably put some on in a minute. Okay. 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 So we're fine. Yeah, okay. So, isn't it really like it's not an ad, but there will be timestamps if you want to skip ahead of this, you're more than welcome to. It's not even an open store yet. I think I'm gonna start, but yeah, if you don't want to watch this, go to the appropriate timestamp, please. Please. Like, it does not bother me. I'm gonna be opening an Etsy shop. I crochet, and I make, like, little clay things, so, like, jewelry and things out of clay. These are magnets. Keep them far away from my computer. But here's a little tiny donut. Probably sell for like $2 probably. Here's a little tiny hot dog. This one has ketchup and relish on it. And here is a chocolate donut. The pink one reminds me of The Simpsons. And here, for you relish haters out there, but a lot of people don't like mustard either, so. But mustard and ketchup. Classic. And this is clay that my husband, this one's not for sale, but my husband put his special touch on this one, and so that's his. But it's not a portfolio at all, but these are the kind of things that will be in the shop. Imagine like similar like jewelry pieces to that. I think like I'm gonna make like tiny Clorox bottle earrings and like tiny like household items, and then silly things like that, and then non-copyrighted like versions of shows that I like maybe do perfect patties instead of pretty patties from SpongeBob and that kind of thing. And then in terms of like crochet pieces, I'll be having like some bigger pieces on there, like maybe a few tops, like not a lot of tops at all, but a few tops. Commissionable plushies. If you guys have like specific plushies that you want, I'd have to give you a timeline on those and we'd have to talk about it. But say things like that. Things that are already pre-made will be in the shop, like different bookmarks and probably like car hanging plushies and decorations and little things like that. But yeah, so my Etsy shop will be the same name as my YouTube channel. Once it exists, I'll leave it in the description. I guess I'm just excited. I don't know. It does, like I said, there's nowhere to even send you right now. So, again, feel free to skip ahead in the timestamp, please. For YouTube TOS. But yeah. So, it'll be at Nikki Norwell's Etsy. Oh, by the way, my name. I feel like this might come up at some point. The joke is... So I used to be Nikki Norwell's on other streaming platforms. Like there's this one called live.me. I don't know if anybody remembers that one. But when I was on live.me, I streamed on there and trying to make sure my laptop doesn't get too hot. Make sure the vent's out. But yes, I'm streaming on a laptop. I don't have anything else right now. At least it's not my phone. I've streamed on my phone before. So, where was I at? Okay. When I was on live.me, there's a bunch of, dudes on there. By the way, I was underage, by the way. But there's a bunch of dudes on there that thought literally any girl that was on there was there to promote some sort of other venture. At the time, it was mostly like through Snapchat. It was like people were paying people to send them things through Snapchat. So the joke is that I was on there doing like little clay things, or I was on there gaming or something like that. That's not really what that site was specifically known for, was that kind of content, and that was the kind of content I was doing on there. And so the joke was that narwhals are already naked. If you're coming in with that mindset, you should probably leave, because that's not... But so naked narwhals, and then, narwhals in the wild are clearly already naked. So that's kind of the joke behind my username. And if you were curious, there will be a timestamp so you can skip that part of the video too. I really like my thumbnail this time. Well, sometimes when I make them, I'm not the most enthusiastic about using them, but I've spent too many hours not to. But this one's pretty good, and it didn't take me that long. It was about 30 minutes. 30 to 45 minutes, but I like it. I think it gets the point across pretty well. Other than the question mark at the end of... I mean, ... So that's why I put ellipses, question mark, at the end of spreading misinformation and affecting people's lives, or whatever I put. Because Tana and Cooper are being accused. I want to make that very clear. They are being accused of something by other content creators. We will be covering that. On a much heavier note, Ethan and Hila Klien are going through something horrible and much worse. And the people that are facilitating that, it is not an accusation, it is just a fact. So I put a question mark after both accusations pertaining to Cooper and Tana. I did not put one to the one pertaining to Reddit and the snarkers, because that one is basically fact at this point. They've admitted to it themselves that they filed a false report to CPS I don't think touch grass does that situation justice, but you need to fucking touch grass. Anyway, so we will be going over all of those things today. We should probably... Where's my phone? You're gonna start with, like, the film stuff. So, Film Cooper, I've actually been watching for a long time, since he just made shorts. And actually, he's part of the, he's part of, like, my process. Like, or he was for a long time. I saw how he... And it's nearly impossible to do this, right? But I saw how he started, like, a really good audience using YouTube Shorts, and then went into longer form style commentary videos, which is always what I wanted to do. So what I'm doing. Yay. But he started out with a really good following, and it's always the thing of, like, it's really hard to transport your short-term viewers from shorts to long form videos. So and he did that, and he did it really well. Gave me hope that I could do something similar. So here we are with that. The Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively thing has been going on for a long time. I'm sure everybody knows about it, but I can give you a kind of a rundown, debrief situation on that whole thing. Which we can even go and watch YouTube videos related to that, but I don't think it's necessarily... It's probably not necessary. For one, we're going to be watching Film's video on it, because that's what started his specific attachment to this controversy. So, here's the thing. There is a ongoing lawsuit between the actress Blake Lively and the actor/producer Justin Baldoni. She is claiming sexual misconduct on set. He is claiming that she... Really? I'm afraid to say too much. And also, but people are saying, like, his case is making sense, so it's like, but in my opinion, really all he's saying is, like, well, she was a mean bitch, and she was stupid on set, and she was mean to me, and she was mean. I really feel like, but, what we've known about Blake Lively is that she tends to be that way. I mean, she really does. She tends to be controlling, tends to kind of not be the nicest, so... Who knows? Who knows? And who knows if she is using trauma that many people have been through in terms of sexual misconduct to bolster her case and to make it seem like it is valid. And if that is the case, that is completely horrible and awful, and that should come out, and she should be punished for that. For sure. Absolutely. So, that is pretty much the breakdown. It is so back and forth, it is so flip-floppy. I don't have a personal side. I'm waiting for everything to come out before I decide. But there are decent points on both sides in terms of Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. So, it's a big thing right now. That's not what this video is about. I don't think I should be covering that. At least not right now. Or maybe period. I just don't think I have the know-with-all or the proper candor to be covering that. Like, I would love to cover the free BAM movement, but I don't think that... Like, BJ Investigates got all that covered. All the court cases, all the filings, everything. I don't think that I am that astute. So, but... Anywho, I'm go to bed now. So... I guess let's start. I have the video on the other video on my phone. Let's start with Film's video. I'm gonna look it up on my phone, that way you guys don't have to see me, like, flipping through shit on live. That's I'm gonna find it and get to it. So, Film Cooper. I'm trying to be more professional. Can you notice? Can you tell? Does it make a difference? Even down to my thumbnail, I'm trying just a little bit harder. Not a lot. I mean, I already tried decently hard with like little resources, so it's like that's why it's hard to tell that I'm trying because the there's Rose. The effort is there, but the quality is not. Hold on. Girl, you should not. Okay, well, that's fine. I have it already. I should have it in here somewhere. Apparently Hassan's boycotting that podcast that everybody went and talked shit about him in the comments too. Which is not the podcaster's fault, but he's a piece of shit. Huh. Where is this stupid shit? Let me just look it up. I know. Did she take it down that fast? I don't think she did. I don't see why she would have taken it down unless she felt that she was being unfair. Which, in that case, we're gonna have to go over it again. And different light. Which is fine. I like changing my mind. Especially about film, because I think he's a good guy. I don't think he meant to spread misinformation that could have harmed somebody, but apparently that is what happened. I cannot find... It's just me sitting on stream scrolling through my phone. I cannot find this shit. Fuck. I just saw it. Haha. Okay, so the reason I could not find it was because I found it on Reddit, and this Redditor that posted it changed their mind. Originally they were on this journalist side, and now they are not. I feel that we should watch both videos for the full context. Self-proclaimed journalist targets small YouTuber after a commentary vid. Okay. Ha. He is not a small YouTuber. She has a small account. She used to be a journalist and now she has a small account. He gets millions of views. I don't know if that's a fair statement, but again, this is some random Redditor. He's definitely not a small creator though. And I like film. I think his videos are good, but he's not small by any means. By any means. Let's take a look at that actually. Okay. I just want to go to his channel real quick. That is not small. Okay. 1.52 million subscribers is impressive, but not by any means is that a small amount of subs. And I think Film would say the same thing. He's doing really well for himself. I mean, like I said, he started on shorts. This is the man in question. He's funny. I just want to go into this with an open mind. But again, I don't think he necessarily did anything wrong. Between you and me, I don't think he really did anything wrong. We'll get into why. But I think that if anything, there it is. If anything, the only thing he could have done, I mean, would to be possibly to take more candor and then before saying statements, because I say statements that one could take as conspiracy theory or me attributing malice to things that might not have been of malicious intent. But the thing is that, and I probably don't all the time. I probably don't. I mean, I'm not saying I'm probably being a hypocrite in this specific instance, but the only thing he could have done, I feel, is preface more and be like, this is just my opinion, this is probably not what's happening, I haven't necessarily uncovered anything, I don't really know. You know, that's what should have been said. He might have even said that. Let's see. One second. Hello? Hey? Okay, I'm back. My husband said that he's going out to eat with his friends and asked me if I wanted to go. And I told him I was streaming. But I do want to go. Okay. Is it in this? Which super long video is it in?
What's up, weirdos? 3 months ago,
That's just what... Let me see. Let me go to her video and see what shirt he's wearing. That's just a stupid way to mitigate this problem, but... Basically... Everything else that I've done has not been exactly... Okay, he's not in this shirt. He's in a hat. And not this shirt. Not that shirt either. The heck? What shirt are you wearing? This is ridiculous. Is it this shirt? Or did she just show a random frame from a random video of his? Because I can't. No, it's that shirt. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's this, like, crocheted looking number. I like that shirt, actually.
of weird videos.
Okay, so this is the video that she has a problem with. So that is the video that we will be watching. Good deal. And I'm pretty sure that if I just swoop, I could even go through to the exact point that he is bolstering conspiracy theories. I have not seen this, so. Son of a gun.
Coming out like from Blake Lively, and people are just like really hating her, like really hating her. So I want to talk about it because the things that people are saying that are like annoying about her, all completely valid. But there is more to the story, and I feel like there are some things that people are kind of like sweeping under the rug just so they can hate on her even more. Don't get me wrong, I am not a fan of Blake Lively, and as we go through this entire video, you're going to see why she's like very validly being hated right now. But in this video, I want to put a little bit more nuance and a little bit of like other perspectives on this whole situation because there is a lot of stuff going on. Anyways, It Ends With Us is the movie.
I agree with everything he just said. I don't think Film is the bad guy here. I really don't. I think in the three instances, the three stories that we have to cover today, I think that Film is probably the most innocent out of all three. So, like he didn't do anything. I think that this interviewer is, she's probably feeling very attacked. Also, girl, I saw your videos, and like you're not beating, you're not beating the, oh, she just jumped back on this story for clout allegations. You're really not. I mean, it's like every single video, every single one, is about Miss Blake Lively. I'm not saying that she, again, does it like Film just said. She does not deserve, she definitely deserves criticism. I'm not saying that she doesn't. I'm saying that the criticism that you get, in the terms of this interviewer, criticism that she gets of being a clout grabber who didn't care about this ugly interaction she had with Blake until this campaign started happening against Blake. I understand where Film is coming from, thinking that there is some sort of conspiracy related to this woman and the PR. I get that. Now, is that real? She says it's not. And there's no evidence to back up whether it is. So, I'm inclined to believe her about that just about that specifically. But he needs to state that it is literally just a theory. He doesn't think that he uncovered anything. He doesn't think, he needs to make that clear. Because I think from her point of view as a journalist, she is going to pick apart his words and pick apart his video by saying that, well, as a real journalist, if you want to cover something so serious as a real journalist, then you need to preface that these are not statements of fact, these are opinions, these are blah, 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 blah. Things that she's already been through, training she's already been through. Cooper has not been through that training. Cooper is far more successful, having been through none. So I'm sure that also probably upsets her. I guarantee it does. So.
That Justin Baldoni directed, and Blake Lively is like a producer, and she also starred in. Justin Baldoni is also the lead actor in it. And it is based on a book by Colleen Hoover, which the book has faced a lot of criticism before in the past for its portrayal of the abusive relationship at its core. And this movie has faced similar criticisms for that. The issue people have with it being that it kind of feels a little bit like it's romanticizing this horrible relationship. But it's a highly successful book, and the author's defense of how she wrote it was just like, we're trying to make it like actually realistic where you're seeing both of these characters. Anyways, that's what it's about. And the reason people hate Blake Lively is because while that's the topic of the movie, her on the press tour seems to be a little bit more like, who wants to come watch a movie? Who wants to come watch a rom-com? So let's watch some clips. I honestly, the joke about the hair at the beginning was not worth it. This is horrible. I can't even run my fingers through it. It's so locked in. Let me get a hack. Okay, there we go. Now again, remember what the movie is about, and then look at how she's promoting it in this video.
Hello, Blake Lively here. Colleen Hoover, and It Ends With Us is in...
I'm not defending Blake Lively, but the whole thing, I guess, and I guess Colleen is starting to not be on Blake's side anymore, which is not helping her case, but I guess the whole thing with, her promoting the movie like a rom-com was something that Colleen wanted. They wanted, much like how when the book was released and produced, they wanted it to be not like a surprise necessarily, but they didn't really want the viewer to know what they were getting themselves into when they went into the movie. And I think that was part of the reason that this press tour was so weird. And the fact that, but that was something that Blake, and I would say that that's something that Blake and Colleen probably discussed, thought was the best idea, and left Justin out of, because Justin is getting the opposite of that criticism by saying, well, he's actually treating the movie with respect and saying that it's about DV and all that is true, but at the same time it's we don't know what's happening behind the scenes. We don't know what they discussed behind the scenes, and we also don't know what the plan was, how they were going to market this movie. So I think all that's important.
In theaters now, so grab your friends, wear your florals, and head out to see it.
Grab your friends, get your florals, and come watch this movie about an abusive relationship. The tone is definitely... Then separately, there's another a red carpet interview where she's asked this question, and she has a response.
People who see this movie, who relate to the topics of this movie on a deeply personal level, they're really going to want to talk to you. This movie is going to affect people, and they're going to want to tell you about their lives. So if someone understands the themes of this movie, comes across you in public, and they want to really talk to you, what's the best way for them to be able to talk to you about this? How would you recommend they go about
it? That was a long-ass question. Oh my god, oh my god, to summarize. But he's asking her if there's somebody who is a fan of this movie, who is a victim of what her character is a victim of in the movie, and they see her in public, what is the best way to approach her and talk about it? Now, keep in mind, when she has this response, just know everybody on the internet is hating her for this. They hate her response here.
Asking for my address or my phone number or my location share. Or I could just location share you, and then we could. I'm just
social security number.
I'm a Virgo, so I'm are we talking logistics? Are we talking emotionally?
So yeah, that clip gets posted on TikTok, and then the comments are stuff like, no, she did not. Her sarcasm for such a delicate subject is appalling. Her acting in the movie was good, but they should have chosen a lead that actually cared about DV awareness. All of the comments just saying that she sucks for this. And to a certain extent,
that is very tone deaf.
Totally get it. I know everybody really, really hates her, but when I'm watching this, what I'm seeing is somebody who's do I want somebody randomly coming up to me and then having deeply personal conversation?
Right, and she's trying to be snarky and cute about it, and it came off pretentious. I mean, it's that simple. It's not that hard to understand.
About really traumatic, upsetting events while I'm just going about my day. I did this movie, and now I have to be somebody who anybody can approach on the street and then have a traumatic, it's just, you know what I mean? Chapel Rowan recently has been saying a bunch of stuff online about how I really need to have boundaries with my fans, and a lot of
people hate her for it. They're very mad at Chapel for that they're saying that she's rude to her fans, and yeah, people don't like it.
People are like, oh, that's totally understandable. But then, Chapel Rowan is released.
People don't like it. People are saying that she is not nice. And then the same thing with her canceling her show because she was sick. Everybody's up in arms about that. Everybody's mad about that. She doesn't lip sync. I mean, you want her out there not being able to perform her best, and that's what she said. She was I want to be able to put on the best show that I possibly can for you guys. And if I'm sick, I can't do that. I think that's fair. You know, especially because, I mean, I used to be in the professional singing circuit. I understand exactly what she's saying. I mean, she's trying to put on the best show she possibly can. She wouldn't be okay with it. The audience wouldn't be okay with it. And if you need a break, you need a break.
30 statements about that, and people are a little bit like, okay, but the point remains, in my personal opinion, you don't have
Maybe at first, maybe when this video came out, people were like, yay, Chapel, like, respecting her boundaries, get it, mama. But no, people are not feeling the same way about that. There's a bunch of blind items and straight up just people on the internet saying that they don't like her and that they think she's rude, and yeah. So, I disagree with all those things. I think that she has boundaries, and I respect them, and I think that you should have boundaries when it comes to that kind of thing. What should I make? Should I make a tiny piece of pizza? Anyway.
to have like these emotionally vulnerable, like receiving trauma from everybody who has seen this movie that sees you in real life. I don't think that that's what the exchange is. I think that you make the art and then you put it out there and then, it helps people. But I think that it's fair. I will say her being sarcastic and dismissive, but yeah, I mean, she's like Ryan Reynolds' wife, and that's something that we're going to see throughout this video, is that it seems like she's trying to do like press in the same.
Did I not just say that? Thank you, film. I just said that.
Way that it has been successful for Ryan, and I think that it's just a massive swing and a miss, and she shouldn't be doing this. So this is, completely the wrong way to go about answering this question. But at the end of the day, I don't think that Blake Lively has to come out and say, yes, I am perfectly comfortable with people coming up and approaching me and talking about like emotionally traumatic events for like the rest of my life when I'm just out and about, not on work. But the thing is, it's not like, oh, that's it. Everybody's mad. If it was just that, nobody would care. Because the thing I'm saying is valid. The thing I'm saying is valid. But we're just gonna keep going through stuff because it's over and over and over. And once it builds up to a certain point, it just feels like she doesn't actually care. First, I want to thank the sponsor of today's video, The Farmer's Dog. Now we all know that highly processed foods aren't good for us, but why would we then go give highly processed foods to our dogs? Because kibble is highly processed. It's subjected to multiple rounds of high heat processing, making it like an ultra processed form of food, which is why I love.
Gustav is very cute, but I'm not watching it now.
And thank you so much to Farmer's Dog for sponsoring this video. Now back to the other stuff. Like, look at this one, talking about her hair care line. That's why I did that bit at the beginning, which, I mean, I hope you laughed. It's gonna be like days of getting this hair fixed now. But look at this.
I've fortunate to work with all the best hairdressers in the world, from hairstylists to colorists to people on film, to people in editorial, people who red carpets. And I've always asked questions, and my hair has been through a lot because of all of that. I found my hair just completely changed. It was when I started using the strengthening system, which fortifies and strengthens your hair.
Okay, we don't need to watch more of that. She's just pitching her hair care line, and she's doing press for this movie that's about domestic violence. And she's taking the time to sit there and promote her hair care line. That's annoying. It's annoying because this is doing like the Ryan Reynolds playbook of, oh yeah, I'll promote my movie. I'll also talk about it.
It is annoying. I'm promoting these tiny magnets while talking about this situation. You can't buy them yet. You want a tiny magnet?
Aviation Gen. I'll also talk about Mint Mobile. I'll also talk about Wrexham. Wrexham? Welcome to
That is inseparable. It's not the same at all.
Got like a million other brands. Like Ryan Reynolds is kind of like, oh, I'm so famous, now I'm a brand. And he doesn't really do movies. He just does things to like, fortify his brand. And it looks like she's kind of going down the same route, which comes across really poorly when you're doing press for a movie about domestic violence. It objectively does. In addition to that, I do think that it's like, yeah, if you're doing months of press and like countless interviews over and over and over again, it is easy to find clips of somebody talking about something that's not domestic violence. Like there's this one. This is another one that people talk about a lot as an example of her being a horrible person who's like dismissive of what the topic of the movie is about.
Been the best part in making this particular movie.
I've noticed so many beautiful crystals on teeth. Is that a big fashion thing? We should make braces out of these. That would be
Yes.
you would look
So
for
they
having
could-
braces. Okay, that's not what you want to talk about.
No, we wanted to hear what has been the best part about making this particular film for you guys.
All of it. I mean, about teeth gems. Yes, that was really the highlight.
Yeah, so okay, she's trying to be funny and it's just coming across as like not funny, not answering the question. But it's really important to
That's what I keep saying. She's trying to be snarky, she's trying to be cute, she's trying to be funny. It is none of those things. We can just say that. Like, we could just be like, hey guys, you ever been trying to be something? You ever been like thinking that what you were gonna say was gonna sound like really funny and really smart and then it just made you look like a fucking idiot? Like, everybody's been through that. And we face consequences for that, by the way. We have faced social consequences for that. Why can we not do the same thing for Blake Lively? Like, we can be like, she's being weird and she's being awkward and she's saying things that she shouldn't say, and it's like, and we can call her out for that. And we can also call it out for what it is. Being weird and being awkward and saying the wrong thing. But she can still be called out for that. Does that make sense?
see, like, the narrative about Blake Lively is really shaped by, people who are posting stuff like this. This is the people's public opinion. I know as I'm watching this right now, and you're probably watching this video, the reaction might be, oh, come on, she's awful. And trust me, I do not like her. But it's really important for me to actually be honest with my own opinions and be as fair as I possibly can, because there's no point coming online and just shitting on somebody when the things that they're doing don't deserve that level. Trust me, we are going to get there. Stick with me. I do not like Blake Lively. I don't. But in order for it to actually hit that I don't like Blake Lively, like, I have to be fair, because all of these criticisms about her, for me, it's like another example of Blake Lively's incompetence to answer any question about her movie seriously. Yeah, there are clips of her where she's seeing somebody with cool crystals on their teeth and she's being like, oh my god, those are really cool. She's been doing press for weeks being asked the same question questions over and over again. What was so special about making this movie? Oh my God, I've never heard that question before. The thing is though, it is a movie about domestic violence, so you have to come prepared to not have any clips of you out there like this. You can't try to be like funny and irreverent, whatever, but this isn't enough for me to hate somebody. It's just not. When people show me these clips, this is not enough for me to hate them, especially when we get into the other things, because there are actual reasons to be really...
I remember when people talked about like this teeth gem clip, like they were mad over other reasons too. They were mad because like it felt like she was like making fun of people with like tooth gems, and it's like a cultural thing, or it can be. I don't know if I would go that far. That's what I mean. It's like, can we not just call it what it is? Like, do we have to find like extra malice and things? Like, it can be, you know, something intolerable and insufferable, like on its own. Like, it doesn't have to be like 3 layers of malicious intent for us to get mad about it. I mean, there's plenty of reasons to get mad at Blake Lively. So, we don't have to attribute more to her just being ignorant and dumb. I really think that's what it is. I just think that she speaks before she thinks, and it gets her in trouble.
Really upset with them. But I will say, talking about your hair care line while you're doing all these things, it's like, yeah, you're gonna talk about something eventually. When I first see it, like honestly, I see the clip of her talking about her hair, I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. But then you add in the fact that, oh no, she timed the launch of her hair care line to be coinciding with this movie. I mean, it's also coinciding with Deadpool and Wolverine, but you know, another thing we're gonna get into with this is Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds are like trying to position themselves as this power couple where they can just like, you know, conglomerate into this big thing. It's like they're trying to synergize their personal brands. It just comes across as really inauthentic. And especially when, yeah, the movie you're doing isn't Deadpool and Wolverine, Blake Lively. It is a movie about domestic violence. Like, it's not the type of thing that you promote your hair care line during. This is something that to me, I go, well, you fucking are annoying for that. That's really annoying. Okay. So I'm not just defending Blake Lively this whole time. But off the whole, her and Ryan like trying to synergize their brands into one thing. If you look at this, like there's so many instances of her, because Deadpool and Wolverine came out at the same time, trying to like bring those two things together to bring up the excitement, to like get the marketing from Deadpool and Ryan Reynolds into it with us. Which from a marketing standpoint makes sense, but from a this is a movie about domestic violence, we probably shouldn't be promoting the I'm about to make a name for myself. Like that movie probably doesn't really deserve any like airtime in the press tour when you're talking about this stuff. But look at this.
Why is Deadpool Wolverine sold out? I'm sorry, I got distracted back there. I feel offended, but we're not out yet. That's fine. I'm happy about that. The biggest, no, I didn't even answer it. Sorry, it's like flashing sold out.
And if people liked her, you know, that's a cute thing talking about her husband. But because there's so many things of her and Ryan like just being annoying on this, hey, don't like look at this one.
Ryan's here tonight. What is it like for the both of you to be promoting major motion pictures at the same time?
Oh my gosh, it's just so thrilling in our house right now. We help each other. We work together so much. So the iconic rooftop scene in this movie, my husband actually wrote it. Nobody knows that, but you know. But he wrote it. He works on everything.
Just coming out and saying, oh yeah, this really cool scene. Yeah, actually the people who worked on this movie, they didn't do it. I just personally went and gave it to my husband and then he wrote it. It just feels like, oh, we're trying to get Deadpool and Wolverine hype for this movie. I don't know if this is a movie that necessarily has a good crossover in marketing potential with Deadpool and Wolverine. I don't know if you should be leaning in.
So they tried to do like the Barbenheimer thing, and I felt the same way about that, but that wasn't even a choice. Like, people just did that because the movies came out. Like, that was the public did that. That wasn't even you know what I mean? And they saw that was something. The public did that because it's like, it's not like, that's the joke, right? Like, it's like, oh, these movies came out, like, these blockbuster movies came out at the same time, and they're competing movies, and, like, you know, haha, it's funny, this one's about Barbie, and this one's about, you know, Oppenheimer, that's funny, you know, that's the joke, but it's like, you can't force that joke, or else it's gonna be really awful and pretentious. Like, people did that. You can't just be like, oh, do that with this too. Like, they're not going to. They're gonna be like, ew.
Into that in a movie like this. It feels tone deaf. And I don't want to, listen, no accusations here, but a lot of people have pointed out the timelines of when this all, there's a lot of speculation that when the writer's strike happened last year, that's when Ryan Reynolds rewrote this scene. And by the way, apparently the screenwriter of the film didn't even know. Because look at this right here. The woman who wrote the It Ends With Us screenplay, Christy Hall, said
we haven't even gotten to the point in the video where he talks about this interview. It must have been such a short moment in this video, girl. You need to let that shit go. I mean, I'm not making full judgments yet. We're gonna watch her video, like her response too. But, like, I haven't even seen her mentioned once yet. So where's this big conspiracy theory that she says that film made about her? Where is that?
In her script prior to the writer's strike. Then she rejoined production to give feedback during the editing process. She noticed that there were differences in some of the dialogue that she just assumed were improvisation. It wasn't until the premiere on August 6th, when that clip came out that we just saw Blake Lively, that she found out along with everybody else that it was Ryan who had penned that dialogue, which is interesting because if she turned it in right before the writer's strike and then he changed it, then that's being scabbed. There was a lot of conversation about Ryan Reynolds and scabbing because while the writer's strike happened, Deadpool and Wolverine was in the middle of filming, and as everybody knows, Ryan Reynolds is like super heavy into improvisation and like doing alt takes and a bunch of different things, and you can't do improv or alt takes or anything if the writer's strike is currently going. So people had already kind of had like a little bit of a little bit sus about him, and then heavily speculated that he was a scab and was rewriting it when he should not have been able to. And then another thing with like the Ryan and Blake thing, like this is to me the most annoying part of Blake Lively in this whole situation is just her like trying to be marketing it, trying to, I don't know, make it into some like, oh, it's just a cool pop culture thing, when really it's a movie about the subject that it's about and not necessarily something that's like, we gotta get the biggest box office fit as possible. And Deadpool and Wolverine is the biggest R-rated movie ever, so like we should literally try to get the Deadpool and Wolverine audience to come see it. Or you could sit down and actually talk about the topics of the film, which, you know, she has. But clips like this haven't really been gaining any traction. So I just want to show you this just to give you a little bit of like a, no, she's not completely ignoring it.
Given her history, you know, she comes from a family that, you know, a childhood that has some trauma in it, and you see her say, well, that's never going to be me, and then you meet her as an adult and go, yeah, she means it. She knows what to look out for. She's not going to repeat those patterns. And then when she does, it's that much more devastating, and it shows that this could happen to anyone, and it does.
So, you know, there's a narrative going on about Blake Lively. It's like, oh, she doesn't talk about it at all. All she wants to do is talk about her hair care line and Ryan Reynolds and Deadpool and her wear your florals, blah, blah, blah. We got.
That's a very important part of the movie. And I'm glad that she acknowledged that. It's important part of the book. It's basically what the whole book is about, you know. That's why it's called It Ends With Us. Like, the cycle of abuse ends here with us. It's a very, I really like the premise, especially as like a survivor of DV. And I appreciate the sentiment that Blake just gave. I do. You know? So, I don't know. This whole Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively thing is so, complicated. It's really hard to form any sort of opinion on either of them, because then more information comes out. As soon as you think that you feel a certain way about the situation, something else comes out that completely changes your mind.
Gotta be fair, it would be so much easier for me to come on here and make a video, and plenty of commentary YouTubers have come on and just made videos just saying she sucks and she's just the worst and the worst, but I don't even know if I believe them, because if you're actually doing research on your videos and you're making a commentary video trying to be honest and looking at the story and being like real about it and not just trying to get a bunch of...
That's maybe why this journalist is like so upset with film, because she's used to like everybody pretty much like taking her side and like saying just like, oh yeah, she's the worst. Like, we'll go through and we'll look at her thumbnails about Blake. They're kind of mean, like, as hell. The thumbnails and the titles, and like she's like being catty, like really catty towards Blake. So I could see that being like her main issue with film is that, or with Cooper, is that Cooper is trying to leave benefit of the doubt for somebody that she truly hates. And I really don't... Is it just the interview that they had is why she hates her? Because, like, that was mean. She shouldn't have done that. That was super mean. But for you to, like, campaign, like, make your whole... I don't know. It's also just a clout grab. Like, clearly, right, it is. Like, she's trying to say it's for virtuous reasons, but can we just be honest? Like, you would have already done it if it was for virtuous reasons, right? You know?
Views and likes because you're shitting on somebody who's getting kicked a bunch. It's like, there are plenty of reasons to not like Blake Lively and be upset with her. I don't think saying, well, she just makes light of it and doesn't care about it at all. I don't think that that's an honest interpretation if you actually look at the entire history of like the press run and what she's done. People only say that because it's in contrast to the other star of the thing, Justin Baldoni, the director, and also the star who plays, you know, the bad guy, which we're going to get into a lot about him because that's a really interesting situation. But I just think it's important to be real and not go, oh, I don't like her, so let me take the worst case possible interpretation of everything that she's ever done because I don't like her. My end opinion of Blake Lively is that I do not like her. I just don't
Facts.
think that we would get along, her vibe, not my vibe, but that doesn't mean that I want to come on here and make a video acting like she is the actual devil. So, you know, also at the beginning of this clip, she says something right here that I wanted to harken back to. Harken back to? What the hell?
But she's not a delicate flower. She's not a wilting lily. She is a strong, empowered woman. So
yeah, so that is also kind of important context for, remember the first clip we watched where she's like, where are your florals?
I like the word harken, and I like his use of it. Does it work in this context? I don't know. But let's harken back to Cooper.
By the way, don't say that. Don't come out here and be like, where are your florals? That is annoying. Like, don't actually do that. But she's talking about flowers again here seriously. And the reason is, if we turn to Spark Notes, the motif of flowers in gardening emphasizes how important it is for Lily to grow something new in the soil of her difficult upbringing. As a teenager, Lily spends much of her time in her garden. It serves as an oasis for her and a place where she can escape the constant fighting of her parents. So it's not like she was just like, hey, put on your florals. Hey, we're a cute little thing. This is a rom-com. It does have an actual relationship to the subject matter itself, but you know, she said it like an idiot. Like, don't say it like that. And also, don't say, where are your florals? It's just, she just doesn't think a lot of the time is what it feels like. Now, there's a couple more things that are like crucial, and these were kind of the things that made me like, I don't like her. I wanted to get this stuff out that I think there's a little bit more nuance to than people are talking about online right now, but these next two things we're gonna talk about, it's like, oh my god, Blake, what the fuck? But also, oddly, they're not the things that are getting talked about the most. Actually, whatever. This one, she was trying to promote her alcohol brand, Betty Buzz, as well as the movie It Ends With Us, so she did like a pop-up with a, you know, had a floral designer, had a cute little thing. And again, floral, like, I understand why she was like, grab your girls, wear your florals. I understand what she was thinking. Like, I like how you could get there, but it just feels like, okay, that could be a first thought, but then you just, no, that's stupid. It just doesn't feel like she has the filter that goes, no, that's stupid. She just does the things, even if they are stupid. Because look at this. Okay, let's pause right here. Zoom in, enhance. Okay, It Ends With Us, drink menu, cocktails, blah, blah, Betty, but then this one is very clear. While you wait. Now, if you haven't seen It Ends With Us, or if you haven't just does the things even if they are stupid. Because look at this. Okay, let's pause right here. Let's pause right here. Zoom in. Enhance. 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 Okay, it ends with us. Drink menu. Cocktails. Blah, blah, Betty. But then this one is very clear. Ryle, you wait. Now, if you haven't seen It Ends With Us or if you haven't read the book, Ryle is the name of the domestic abuser. And they named a drink after him. Again, it's a cocktail. She's not actually selling this. It's at an after party. So let's make that clear. She's not selling alcoholic drinks named after a fictional domestic abuser to the public. But also, okay, yeah, it's at an after party. Yeah, it's the name of one of the main characters. Maybe go with a different character's name. Do I know that she had executive control over what the names of the drinks are? No, I do not know that. But I do feel like she could have seen that and said, hey, no. She definitely could have said no. And even if she didn't.
That is inappropriate. She could have said something about that being inappropriate. The more I watch this video, I think he's being fair to both sides. I really think that film is being fair to both sides. And it's gonna put me... Watching this video before I watch the reporter's video is gonna put me in really interesting context for that video. I think it will for you guys too. It's gonna put all of that into very interesting... What she has to say comparatively to to watching the video that she's talking about. And then hearing what she has to say. Yeah, film really didn't do anything wrong, I don't think. But I will let the audience be the judge of that.
Have the idea, it's kind of on you to not have the domestic abuser's name in it. Now, whoever was in charge of that, whoever like pitched that and made that idea, I'm just praying to God that they didn't watch the movie or read the book and that they were just like, the characters' names are, okay, Ryle. Ooh, I got a great pun for Ryle. And like, yeah, it's an after party. It's not for the public. It's just for them. But, you know, people see this. It's in poor taste. It's stupid. And that's a lot of the actions of her. It's not things that I'm like, oh, she's malicious and I hate her, which I feel like a lot of people are saying online. And I just don't think that that's it. I think that she's very careless with the things that she's doing on this press tour. And that results in being somebody that I don't like. You have to be a lot more careful with the things you do and the things you say when the topics are things like domestic violence. And I think that, no, naming something...
You have to have forethought. I really want to know what he said, what conspiracy theory... I don't think it is now. I think that is crazy. But when he says his conspiracy theory, I'd really like to know the context that he provides beforehand, because, like, everything that he's saying, everything that he's asking Blake to provide, all the context and everything that, like, is extra... He... Clearly, even though he is not trained like the journalist was, he clearly understands what you can and cannot say and in what context. He clearly understands that. So I'm really curious whenever it gets to the part of trying to start conspiracy theories about this journalist. I don't know. I don't know. I wonder if film's going to respond. You should, film. You should.
After domestic abuser, even if it's, you know, the fictional one in the movie that the after party's for, I don't care how good the pun is. And in addition to this, I think it's important to note that being tone deaf about the topics of the work It Ends With Us, it's not just Blake Lively who's very tone deaf with it. It's also the author of the book. Look at this headline right here. Colleen Hoover cancels tone deaf coloring book for novel on domestic violence. She was going to make a coloring book for It Ends With Us, like her book. And I get it. Like, I get it. Flowers. It's a thing where the whole thing, like the whole motif, the biggest thing on It Ends With Us. Lily, her name's Lily. She's a gardener. All throughout the entire book, all throughout the entire movie, it's just like flowers and floral. It's like such a key visual thing that it like defines this story. Flowers also make great coloring books. I don't think that the smart move is to go, well, okay, let's just make a coloring book, because that initial thought needs to have the filtering thought of, do I want to make a coloring book that's based on this thing where it's about domestic violence? Do I want to make it like cutesy when it's already facing criticism for being too, I mean, I feel like the criticism that I see of It Ends With Us is that it makes you empathize with the man, Ryle, a little bit. But what Colleen Hoover has said about that criticism is that she didn't want to write the domestic abuser as somebody who's just like cartoonishly evil, who's not a real person, because people are three-dimensional, and, you know, if it's just a horrible person, then you're kind of looking at the person in this fictional work as like, you're an idiot. Why would you ever be in this situation? Like, and you kind of start to resent them. That's what I've seen of like the defense of it is like, well, no, you have to understand why somebody would be in this situation in the first place, but then that ends with showing why somebody would get in that situation, which makes you kind of like the person. It's a very complicated thing. It's, you know, there's a lot of like talk about it, a lot of discourse about it. And I think that if you're doing something that has that kind of discourse, yeah, maybe making a coloring book about it, or cross promoting it with Deadpool and Wolverine, or promoting your hair care line or your alcohol brand, it does feel tone deaf. It does. And now let me show you what Colleen Hoover said like directly about the criticism of the coloring book, because she posted this on her Instagram story when stuff was blowing up. She said, coloring book was developed with Lily's strength in mind, but I can absolutely see how this was tone deaf. I hear you guys and I agree with you. No excuses, no finger pointing. I have contacted the publisher to let them know I would prefer we don't
move. In terms of like the tone deafness with This Ends With Us, a lot of it is not just like Blake. Like, she is not behind it, that part of it by herself. Like, Colleen is very much so involved in that aspect of it too, and she's the writer of the book, so I feel like a lot of this is her vision as well, you know?
Move forward with it. Thank you for the respectful discourse and accountability. Nothing but love. Also, people who were saying that Blake Lively was not being as vocal about the topic of domestic violence while doing the press, she was facing a lot of criticism, and, you know, she responded, but they felt like it was too late. But she put this in our story. 1 in 4 women aged 18 and older in the U.S. alone have been the victim of severe physical violence by an intimate partner in their lifetime. It continues on. People felt like it was a little too late. Okay, so that's that. The other thing that I want to talk about with Blake Lively is this clip, which is blowing up a lot. And I want to save this one for later in talking about Blake Lively, because it really transitions into the next point that I have about this whole situation.
Here it is. Here it is.
Let's just look at this.
First of all, congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
That was a good save. What about my ball? Everybody hates Blake Lively for doing that. And to be honest, yeah, like, what the hell are you doing? Blake Lively was publicly very pregnant. Like, she was publicly, everybody knows that she's pregnant, and she's just congratulating her on her pregnancy. Congrats on your little bump. And then Blake Lively's like, oh yeah, congrats on your little bump. Oh, fat ass. Oh, I'm pregnant. Well, you're fat as fuck, you ugly. And why would you do that? Like, why would you do that? By the way, look at her. She's like, what bump are you talking about?
Congrats on your little bump.
Congrats on your little bump.
What about my bump?
When I'm seeing this, I'm feeling like, yeah, she's trying to do the sarcastic, oh, I'm just gonna give it right back to you. I'm gonna give you a little bit of crap and it's gonna be funny. But because she's Blake Lively, it doesn't come across as funny at all. It just comes across as
like the keywords that he's saying right now. Like I when I see this, I feel like I think that's important. When I see this, I feel like that is a statement of opinion, not fact. Let's keep going.
really bratty. That's really bratty. I do think she's joking. I don't think she's actually like calling her a fat ass. And you shouldn't comment on another woman's body, especially when she's pregnant, like talking about how, oh, you're getting bigger. Congrats on your bump. You shouldn't do that. But yeah, is the response, oh yeah, congrats on your bump, fat ass. Oh, I'm pregnant. Well, you're fucking ugly. Do you see why I don't like her? I'm giving a lot of defenses for all these things and like trying to give a little bit of nuance, but it's always like she is in the...
he's saying that he agrees with you. He's saying that he thinks that what was said to you was horrible.
wrong and is doing something stupid. I just don't think that it's
I don't understand why she's upset.
Most evil possible version of it, but it is annoying, it is stupid, it is rude, it is mean, and it is bratty, and tone deaf, and dumb. Like, it's just straight up dumb. So do not take what I've said in this video so far as like, I'm a Blake Lively supporter, and I really am a big fan of hers. I'm not. But now comes the shift in this, because this is what people aren't really talking about. This next thing, people like casually mention it to be like, nah, it's just rumors. There was...
Okay. People casually just mention it and go, it's just rumors. Prefacing that people have looked at the situation and written it off as rumors. That a general consensus on this topic that he is about to talk about is that people have stated that it could be a rumor. He's doing everything he needs to do. She just didn't like what he had to say.
Is a massive rift between her and the director, Justin Baldoni. A massive rift that led to them doing no press together and the entire cast completely separating from him, where he has to do all of the interviews and everything on his own, which led to interesting comparisons. Like this TikTok right here. Okay, so she's talking about it.
About the female emotion, and it's just like hysterical women. And I was like, no, like women also want to listen to Tom York.
Showing a clip of her saying that, which, yeah, it's like, yeah, when you show that in comparison to this clip right here, it's going to draw a very stark comparison.
And I remember finishing the book, and I wrote Colleen this like impassioned letter, just pouring my heart out and saying like, this is why I'm a filmmaker. This is why we started Wayfair Studios, to tell stories like this. And if this book, before it had become a global sensation, had already helped thousands of women leave situations like Lily was in, I knew that if we could find a way to adapt it, which we knew wasn't going to be easy, then we had the potential to impact millions of lives.
Yes, when you draw a comparison from that clip of him talking about it in that way, with her saying that clip, it makes him look really, really good and her look like she doesn't care at all, especially with everything else we've been talking about this entire time. It makes you say, oh, there's a rift between him and her and the rest of the cast? Okay, so obviously he's in the right, which is what has led to what Blake Lively is experiencing right now, which is just everybody hating her. And this is where it gets interesting to me, because this man, at the very beginning, before any of the stuff about Blake Lively was really coming out, all that was being talked about was there is a very massive rift between him and her and the rest of the cast. That was the tea, that's what people were talking about. But then he made an interesting move. He hired a crisis PR team. All that anybody had known at the time was that there was a big rift, and then he hires a PR team. And who is this crisis PR team? Well, it's none other than the crisis PR team that managed Johnny Depp, and not just Johnny Depp in general, Johnny Depp during the Amber Heard trial. If you say Amber Heard to anybody right now, to this day, there is a very good chance that they'll be like, oh, Amber Turd, isn't that girl who pooped in Johnny Depp's bed? Which, by the way, no. I just find it interesting that he hired the same team when all that we had known at the time was that there's a very big rift. He hires them, and then all of a sudden it's like everybody hates Blake Lively. When we know what the PR team did for Johnny Depp on social media, we know the impact that PR team, this PR team, had on the public opinion of Amber Heard, specifically because of social media. Are you with me right now? Blake Lively is getting so much hate right now, specifically on...
So Amber Heard didn't shit in Johnny Depp's bed?
On social media. The thing is, hiring a PR crisis team, that doesn't necessarily, it's not like an admission of guilt. It's not. He could be completely in the right and just like trying to get a jump on it because he's afraid, Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, they have so much institutional power that it's scary. He wants to get somebody who's obviously very good at it. It's not an admission of guilt, but I find it interesting that he hires them and then everything really blows up against Blake Lively. And I think that that's a fair thing to point out, that I just when I watch other commentary people talking about this, it feels like this is just mentioned in passing, just to get back to shitting on Blake Lively. And listen, I do not like Blake Lively at all, but I have my own integrity and my own opinions to I have to stand behind this. And I have to be honest with you, I find it sus. I do. But the things that are rumored that he did wrong, that could potentially have led to him wanting to get a crisis PR team, stuff like this. Here's an article from page 6. Blake Lively felt fat-shamed by Justin Baldoni when he mentioned her weight while filming It Is With Us, according to a new report. Baldoni, 40, allegedly asked an on-set trainer how much Lively, 36, weighed before shooting a scene in which he had to lift her. The Jane the Virgin star has a history of back issues per the outlet and wanted to know how to properly train to avoid hurting himself. So she had found out about that he was like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to lift her because she's so big. That's not enough to go hire a crisis PR team. That story coming out, that's definitely not enough. But it is kind of I don't know, man. You gotta just suck it up. Suck it up. I need to be able to properly train to avoid back issues. He has a history of back issues.
I think that he is also very awkward and doesn't understand certain social cues.
Sure. Hey, go
I think that these people interacting and both having social issues is part of the reason that a lot of this is gray, right? Because they both said weird stuff that you wouldn't expect usually somebody to say, or that behave that way, or I think that they're both just socially I don't know if inept is the right word, because they're clearly not inept. Like, they are famous actors, but they also, I think that is part of it. Like, they don't know how to behave socially because of their position, you know?
Get to your own personal trainer. Don't go to the on-set trainer and then like have word get to her that they're like, oh, Justin thinks you're probably too big for him to safely live. Like, that would make you feel like shit. And she had given birth to her 4th child just like a few months before filming this. So obviously, I don't know how nobody has heard about this, but women while pregnant and then like after pregnant and just in general, it's like talking about their weight. It just feels like you don't want to go there. But then, and this is very interesting to me, this is like really not talked about at all. The same report that claims that also talks about how those 2 co-stars had tension over a kissing scene that the Gossip Girl alum, Blake Lively, she thought it lasted too long. There was tension because she thought that a kissing scene lasted too long. Blake Lively is a professional. If she feels uncomfortable because a kissing scene went on too long and there's tension over it, how can there be tension over it? How can you not just like profusely apologize? Those are the reports that are coming out though. I don't know if that's it. To me, that doesn't feel like enough to hire a crisis PR team. It also doesn't feel like enough to fully like turn your back from your co-star / director. I'm not trying to come on here and be like, oh, he's a fucking creep. This is a rumor, but it's, you know, it's been reported and it adds up with everything. Because the thing is, it's not just Blake. This is another thing that's been reported. It's not just like out of the industry source. None of the cast enjoyed working with Justin. They certainly didn't talk to him at the premiere. That's why I feel like there has to be something else behind this. There just has to be. Look at Jenny Slate right here. By the way, Jenny Slate is so funny, but look at how she responds to this question where she's asked directly about Justin Baldoni, the director who she has fully been distanced from this entire time, and the rest of the cast, unrelated to Blake Lively, not getting any of the hate at all. Look at how she responds to this question.
Talk to me. What was that like, having him be director but also scene partner?
I mean, what an intense job. Like to have to do so many things. I just found myself being like, wow, I really just want to have one job at once. Like and in fact, I've often felt that way. Like, I really like writing, and I like.
The rest of this clip is just, her having fully diverted the subject from Justin Baldoni to talking about anything else. I find it very interesting, and I'm sorry. Listen, I do not like Blake Lively. I'm gonna get into even more reasons why I don't like Blake Lively in a second. Please don't think that this is me coming on here saying I love Blake Lively. Please stop hating her. Everything that people are annoyed with her by and like upset with her with, I think is completely valid. In addition, I find it very interesting that he hires the exact same PR crisis team that Johnny Depp did, that had an entire social media blitz to turn all of the public's opinion against Amber Heard, and it was massively successful. He hires the same team. They do a social media blitz. It's like, I feel like I'm being fed the same bullshit they were trying to feed me with Amber Heard. The fact that to this day there are still people who think that Amber Heard is like a horrible person and Johnny, yes, papa. It just shows you the power that specific PR crisis team has.
What she's saying is the conspiracy theory, because I feel like since this video has come out, that has been confirmed that they are using the same PR team. Things about Blake and how she's been weird and shady in the lawsuit has also come out since then. I mean, there's a lot more information that has come out since this came out. I mean, and they both, like, in terms of the lawsuit, they're both in the wrong. That's why I said things keep constantly changing. You never know who is quote unquote in the wrong and who is not.
On social media, they are very, very good at what they do. And it makes me call into question everything that I'm seeing about Blake Lively. It doesn't mean that the things that she's saying and doing and have done are not bad and annoying and stupid and dumb and tone deaf. All of that is true. It just feels like, why are we being told these things now? Because remember the interviewer where she said, congrats on your bump, and Blake Lively said, next up to the fat ass. Remember that clip? Well, that interviewer has a little bit of an interesting story because Justin Baldoni hires this crisis PR team and then she...
Okay. So here we are. I'm going to back it up a little bit and pay attention.
Justin Baldoni hires this crisis PR team, and then she releases that and shares like a whole thing. She like posts a YouTube video. She has 100,000 subscribers. The video has 4 million views. Maybe just a good title and thumbnail, potentially, maybe. But I find it interesting that this interviewer also happens to be a bona fide Johnny Depp fangirl. Yeah, interesting. She had said this for him, and this was tweeted out in 2022, on May 9th, 2022, literally in the middle of...
None of these are statements of fat girl. You just didn't like what he had to say.
The whole Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, where she, the interviewer with Blake Lively, said, Johnny Depp is the most polite and sweet actor I have ever interviewed. So incredibly present, so warm, so attentive, so humble. He stood up to greet me when I entered the room, and he did the same when I left. Kirsty Fla. And the source for that is this video right here, which Kirsty Fla posted on May 5th, 2022. But this is for Transcendence. Oh, that movie was released in 2014. So why is she posting it then, amidst the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp fucking trial? Interesting how this PR crisis team gets hired, and then this interviewer posts something in support of the person that they were hired for. Then somebody else hires that same PR crisis team, and then that same interviewer posts another thing about the person that they were hired against. Interesting. Now, is Kirsty Fla, is she posting anything else about anybody else? Not really. Like all of her other videos are just like random, run-of-the-mill, nothing. But then somebody hires this PR team and she posts something in support of them. 173,000 views compared to 4,000 compared to 6,000. And again, it is partially because of the topic at that time. He was, very, very, clickable. But then, 2 weeks ago, after having not posted in a year and your last video getting 10,000 views, you post this Blake Lively thing and it gets 4 million views. That coincidence is not lost on me. And it really makes me question everything. Listen,
and what she has posted since then, which we will go over, does not help her case either. It's nothing but about Blake. It's every single video that she has posted since has been about Blake.
And it very plausible that there was this war between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively in a disagreement of how the film should be made because they both had separate cuts. They had both been working on separate edits. Blake Lively had gotten one of the Deadpool and Wolverine editors. See, it's so weird, like everything's connected between. But she had got one of those editors to like re-edit the movie and was like trying to push for like those changes to be in the final thing versus Justin Baldoni and their actual editing team. Now, the people who are like credited as the editors are Justin Baldoni's people, but there's this obvious conflict, obvious war of opinions between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively. There is a very, it's possible that that's it. That they just had, this big conflict and he was worried that it's going to come out. Blake Lively, Ryan Reynolds, they have so much power. He's this new guy. It's his first time directing a movie. It's like he just doesn't have a situation where he has the upper hand. So he hires this PR crisis team team to help him not have his career destroyed by these two people who are, within institutional power. I completely understand that. There's a possibility that that is true. But it makes me look at the stuff that's posted about Blake Lively in a very different light when I feel in my bones that it is manufactured by the same team who manufactured the hate against Amber Heard. When you were online seeing the stuff that was being said about Amber Heard, back then, it was very hard not to be like, oh my God, she's horrible. Because the stuff on social media is just the clipped out of context worst parts, not showing any of the other stuff. And like, it's so obvious that PR crisis team is phenomenal at shifting the public opinion, specifically through social media. And we are seeing that happen again. And I think that this Kirsty Flaw, I think it's a big misstep by them because they fully expose themselves. Although maybe it's not because nobody else is fucking talking about it. Why am I the only commentary YouTuber who's actually doing some fucking research on this? I'm sorry, I haven't seen every video. Like I just haven't. I'm sure there are other people who are talking about it, but it just feels like everything that I see online is just like, I hate Blake Lively, she's such an idiot. And I also don't like her. I also really think that she is an annoying, tone deaf, trying to capitalize off of fame, like capitalist, like fucking fully focused on her own self interest, all this stuff. Like I do believe that. I do not like her. I don't. But we have to open our eyes and see that this is very suspect. We have to be so much more critical of the information that we're receiving online and trying to figure out why are we seeing this. And I think that the fact that this Johnny Depp fangirl who was posting stuff in support of him during the Amber Heard trial, right after they hired a PR crisis team, then going and posting something about Blake Lively trying to make her look bad with a title and thumbnail that are completely different from anything else that she's ever posted. So it feels like they got the help from the PR crisis. I'm not accusing. I'm not saying that that's for sure. I don't know. It's just my opinion on what I'm looking at. I'm like so scared because they are so good at dragging anybody's name through the mud that to come out and like say there's cause for question here. It's scary for me to say that. It'd be so much easier to just make a video shitting on Blake Lively. It would be so much easier. Oh my God, it would be so much easier to do that. You don't like I want like oh my God. And in order to continue to maintain my integrity, let me finish out with a couple other things that are like reasons that people don't like Blake Lively. But in the interest of being completely honest about everything, like I don't like Blake Lively. Let's talk about the other reasons that people are a little bit more primed to not like her. Aside from the fact that she's a woman and she's trying to be funny in a way that Ryan Reynolds is, and it really doesn't work for women in the same way that it does for men in the court of public opinion. It sounds like I'm being pick me. I'm sorry. I'm just being fucking honest. Sorry. Like what? Let me drink my Diet Mountain Dew. I have a fucking like Camel hat on, but it's Capital. Fuck. Okay. Anyways, she said in an article a long time ago. Listen, this was a while ago, but she said, I hope to have a few girls one day. If not girls, they better be. She said us the slur for transgender people, but she's saying I hope to have a few girls one day. If not girls, they better be, because I have some amazing shoes and bags and stories that need to be appreciated. Now that's coming out and people are obviously being like, oh my God, why would she say that? Oh my God. But I'm also seeing a lot of people who are in the gay community talking about it being like her intent doesn't seem transphobic in that. Which, when I'm looking at it, it's like, yeah, it doesn't seem like she's minimizing trans people at all. It feels, if anything, like she's just accepting if you transition to being a woman, then you are a woman because she wants a girl. So if I have a son, I hope he transitions so I can have a girl, and then she can appreciate my shoes and bags. But she did say a transphobic slur, so it, doesn't look good. Not good. Not great. It's not great, John. But wait, there's more. Now this is the worst. Like this is horrible. This sucks. This is awful. See this picture right here's a picture. Does it look like a cute building to you? Maybe. That's what Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively thought. They're like, oh my God, it's so scenic. It's so cute. But if they had done a little bit of research, they would have found out that that was a plantation. Then that's where they got married. They got married on a plantation. Ryan Reynolds' reasoning for why they did that in the first place was that he saw it on Pinterest and he thought it looked pretty. And listen, Ryan, you are handsome, but if you see a building that looks really pretty and it's in the deep south, if you see a pretty house in Georgia, oh, this house has a lot of history. It's from Georgia from the 1800s. Don't ever get married there. Because I don't know if you're aware of it. Well, you are aware of this now, Ryan, but anybody who's not aware of this, if there's a house that's really fancy that's from the 1800s in Georgia or Alabama or Mississippi, chances are that was a plantation because that's what rich people did in the South. I don't know if you know about like Civil War history, like the economy in the South was like very, 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 very much due to the slavery there. And very wealthy people generally were wealthy because of all of the human beings that they were enslaving and torturing. And they apologized. When they found out, oh my God, they apologized.
I knew about all this already. And it is true. And I think that they might have known. Anyway. But it's weird that none of us knew about this before, isn't it? We've loved Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively for, oh my God, I'm sorry to lean back unprofessionally. I'm stretching my legs are numb. Anyway. We've loved Blake and Ryan for years. And it's weird how we're just now learning about all of this. Almost like there is an actual PR campaign against her. Which there is. And all these things can be true at once. All of these things can be true at once. There can be a PR campaign against her, and she can also be a horrible person, and these things that are being brought to light could be true. I mean, it can all be real at the same time, you know what I mean? Anyway, I don't think Film did anything. That was his video. Now, let's watch the journalist's response. This is a dumb title, by the way. It doesn't even tell you. That's why I couldn't find the video. Is because it doesn't tell you anything about what it's about. It's called This Proves They Made It All Up. It's a bad title. Anyway.
He basically claims and brag about creating a conspiracy theory and then pointing out that New York Times picked up your conspiracy theory. Hi and welcome to Film Talk. I'm
Luckily-
Flo, and here on my channel
Luckily, Film is not a small creator, and anymore. He used to be, sure, but everybody starts somewhere, you know. But he's got 1 million subs now. This lady has... Okay, that's actually not bad. I would guarantee that a lot of those numbers are from the recent Blake Lively situation, because, oh wait, I said we were gonna do that. Let's do that real quick. Just go to her channel.
What done with
Her
it?
videos. Blake Lively back on the red carpet. I can't believe they made them do this. Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. My surprise guest is sharing inside scoops. Blake Lively in the thumbnail. Why LA Times tried to smear Justin. Is this for real? Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds in the thumbnail. This is just mean. Them in the thumbnail again. Blake Lively by herself in the thumbnail. They're coming for me. They hijacked Wikipedia to smear me. That sounds insane. Is this true? With Blake and Ryan in the thumbnail. Every day. At least once a day she posts about them. 20 hours ago, 1 day ago, 2 days ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 6 days ago, 7 days ago, 8 days ago, 9 days ago, 10 days ago, 11 days ago, 12 days ago, 13 days ago. Thank God. 2 weeks ago. Well, still, no, that's every day. Yeah, that's 14 days. 14 days ago. 2 weeks 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 ago. 3 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 weeks ago. Notice how they're still all about Blake and or Ryan. This one's not? Good for you, girl. What is this one about? Makeup artist tells all. Whose back is that? I still don't trust it. Does she tell more about Blake Lively?
It was just
She has to come up at least at one point. I don't know that for sure. I'm not watching this video. But there's no way she cannot go a whole video without mentioning her. Absolutely not. I don't believe it. Because look at this. It's still going, you guys. That one makeup artist one was the only break we've seen. And she was probably mentioned in that one too. There's one about Keanu Reeves. She clearly has found her niche, right? When was that video about... There it is. The video that started it all. Okay, and that's 6 months ago. I think it'd be easier to count the videos that aren't about Blake Lively than the ones that are. So since then, she has made 4, 8, 16, 4, 8, 12, 16. Oh my god. Alright. 1, 2. Wait, no. One, 2. I guarantee that one has it. She's not in the thumbnail is the only reason why I'm not counting it. The Downfall of Celebrity, you know she's in that one. She has to be. The only honest movie star in Hollywood business, it's all BS. The Downfall of Celebrity, I really feel like she at least mentions Blake. She has to. Right? Because that was like a week after she posted the original video about Blake. Anyway, okay. So all the ones that don't have Blake in the thumbnail, or Ryan, or something to do with Blake, I will count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She went a whole week there. Good for you. 10, 11, 12, 13. Good for you, girl. At some point, one of her videos must have, like, blasted off, and it had to have been about, oh no, not Ryan Reynolds. It must have been that one. One of these, she was like, oh. And then just kept posting about them. Okay, so where was I? Wait, 1, 2, 3. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, no. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20. That's about them. You know that's about them. Global Globe sent armed special guests to my door. We won't count it though. 17, 18, 19. She in there? She in there? Nope. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. Oh, nope. 29. And then the rest are about her. So, since she's been posting about every day since that one video came out 6 months ago, and 29 of those videos seemingly are unrelated to Blake Lively, and then the rest are. That is not helping your case. Okay. Before we get into this video, I have to take a bathroom break. I'll be right back. Be right back. Back. Okay. Sorry. Sometimes you start thinking about your personal life on stream and then stare off into the distance for a bit. Anyway. Again, if you guys want to know anything about me, or you want to know, you want any story times or anything, let me know. I'll probably put them in shorts. Make them more digestible because nobody wants me to sit here and talk about myself for more than 5 minutes. So, anyway, nor do I. I don't want that either. I am here to talk about other people. Okay.
I'd have done with the older guy.
Stalker. Shh. Is that Jamie Lee Curtis? I love Jamie Lee Curtis.
Good about experiences in Hollywood with celebrities, and lately there's been a lot of talk about Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni and this entire mess that I also have been dragged into now. So I've seen a lot of your comments, and some of you guys were suggesting that I would go and check out Film Cooper, who is a YouTuber with, I think, over 1.4 million subscribers to his channel. His name is Cooper Neidecker, and it's like a commentary. He talks about celebrities and other things. Anyways, he did a video about Blake Lively 3 months ago, and then
She's clearly personally deterred by Cooper saying his full name for the sake of saying his full name. I mean, it's public, but you clearly did that on purpose. I mean, the reason that your full name was stated is because it's the name of your channel. I mean, his is a play on his name. It's just a little, I don't know, splitting hairs. Anyway.
He did a video just recently, and in that latest video, this is where it gets so crazy to me.
I'm looking at, I watched this earlier today with like, I don't know. I had just woken up and it was like, it popped up on Reddit and I was like, what is this? Like, I like film, like, what is this? And I watched it and I was like, you know. And then after like rewatching the video in question that this is about and like the clip that she does not provide, by the way. She says that he says these things and then does not provide the clip. Which, so, with context provided, yeah, she seems almost malicious. Like she's trying to, she sees that he has, like she's suggested, 1.4 million subscribers. and she is trying to capitalize off of that because he mentioned her and something that she could be wrapped up in. And I don't think that what he said was unfair, especially from what we just saw with only 29 out of, I don't know, a lot. I could go through and count how many videos she has posted since the one interview. She reposted the one interview with her and Blake. I mean, but it is, we could all see that it's like 90% of her content is about Blake. I mean, she's clearly found a niche and she's sticking to it. So if the allegation for me against her is that she is clout grabbing, I think that one's just straight up true. That one's true. Now, like, what she is claiming to be conspiracy theory with, like, her, he's just saying that, like, you saw an opportunity and you took it, girl, and I think that's true. That's true.
Basically claims that he was the one who made up the conspiracy theory that I was working with Justin Baldoni's team.
So that clip of that interview was posted by the interviewer years afterwards on her personal YouTube channel. And I talked about this in the video, by the way, go back and rewatch that one. She was tweeting during the Johnny Depp trial, incredibly supportive things of Johnny Depp. And at the time of the trial, posting a video that has 173,500 views.
Okay, well then where did he get that from? What is this from, girl? Hold on.
173,500 views about Johnny Depp.
Then what is
on her personal YouTube channel. And I talked about this in the video, by the way, go back and rewatch that one. She was tweeting during
Okay. Is this your Twitter account? I have no idea. I have no idea if that's your Twitter account. This is something that you said. Johnny Depp is the most polite and sweetest actor, which is probably true. I don't know anything about Johnny Depp. He is saying that you supported Johnny Depp during the trial. Did you not? Is that not true? Is that not true? Did you or did you not do that? Or are you splitting hairs on the fact that you had a Twitter at the time? Or did you not, like... The whole point of him suggesting that you supported Johnny Depp during the trial, which a lot of people did, not just you, girl, a lot of people did. But the whole point of insinuating that is to say that he has the same PR team as Justin Baldoni, and now it so happens that you were on Justin Baldoni's team. It just seems like you're involved. That is the insinuation here.
the Johnny Depp trial, incredibly supportive things of Johnny Depp. And at the time of the trial, posting a video that has 173,500 views about Johnny Depp and how he's so sweet. So because I do research, I found that, I come up with that, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Well, now the New York Times is reporting on it. Listen.
Okay, so he said it. He's like, I found that hashtag on her video. I knew what was going on here before everyone else.
This was something that I found out. I didn't find this on a Twitter screenshot. I went to her channel. I went back and found this. And it is so vindicating to see that that research is reflected in the fucking New York Times.
First of all, to claim that you actually announced misinformation to 1.4 million people, that's pretty bad.
How is it misinformation?
And that you...
How is it misinformation? And look how smug she's being in here. It's not misinformation if he prefaced it by saying, here is the facts and figures that I have found. Here is the theory that I have created based on those facts and figures. I do not know if that's real. How is he spreading misinformation then? If he prefaced it and did everything that he was supposed to do. You as a journalist should understand that. How many times... Do you have, like, full definitive proof of everything that comes out of your mouth and that you say? Or can I start claiming disinformation? Hold on. Let's start. Let's look.
I'm done with the older guy.
What was the one that she said that somebody showed up to her house? What is that? I mean, could Blake not say that you're spreading disinformation about her to the point where it's actually defamatory? Look at all these videos you've made on her, girl. What are you talking about? You need to stop directing attention to yourself because it's only people are only gonna start looking deeper and then you're actually gonna be fucked. Like, look at these. Look at these thumbnails. They're trashy. You look like a trashy columnist with these thumbnails, not a journalist. Like, you look like you work for the Sun or some shit. But I'm sure everything that you ever said is true and fully backed up with facts and logic. I don't know. I don't care how the stream's going. It'll be fine or it won't. I really don't care. Because I just need to get a new laptop. Or computer, or PC or something. Anyway. I didn't mean to click on that. Let's go.
What are done with the older guy?
Stalker!
Good about experiences in Hollywood.
Is reflected in the fucking New York Times.
First of all, to claim that you actually announced misinformation to 1.4 million people, that's pretty bad. And that you actually brag about creating a conspiracy theory and then pointing out that New York Times picked up your conspiracy theory.
Because what she's saying is making me anxious because it's so asinine. You're so stupid. You're gonna get fucked over, girl. Stop. Stop saying what you're saying. Like, okay, so the Reddit post, whenever they were like, small YouTuber, blah, 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 he's not a small YouTuber, I understand the sentiment now. So what is like, I get what they were trying to say. So what they were trying to say, I think, I don't know, I think is that he is a YouTuber in the scheme of, like, this person, whether she has a smaller following or not, she is involved in the sphere, right? Like, she's a journalist, she's been around these people, like, in person, like a celebrity, and all of this. So, she is, you know, actually a part of, like, Hollywood and that kind of thing. He is not. He is a YouTuber, and she is, like, dragging his name through the mud over something that actually has nothing to do. He was reporting on it. It's so weird. It's almost like you should feel sympathy for that. Especially, he's reported on something that has nothing to do with him, and then he gets trashed and demolished. Somebody was rude to him because he was just trying to do his job as a journalist. That doesn't that doesn't resonate with you, girl?
I don't know. I don't know even if there's any legal issues with that. I'm not going to get into that. But I just felt like, oh my God, this guy needs to calm down a little bit here. And second of all, it's not actually true because I checked on the date that he posted that video, which was August 31st. And he posted that and said, and he even showed it in his recent video that he did a video Black Lively back then. And he was the one who found this connection. And it's not true because Daily Mail actually did a big story on that on August 15th. And they contacted me and asked me.
Okay, so what you're even accusing him of, you're saying is not true. Why are you mad at him? She's like, he thinks he started this lie against me, and he thinks that he's the one that is the first person that said that I did this and said that I did that. Joke's on him. He's not. People have been saying about me for years. That's stupid. She's like, joke's on him! I've been a raging cunt for millennium, and everybody knows about it! What do you mean?
15th, and they contacted me and asked me for a comment, and in the comment I said, you know, this is ridiculous, I have nothing to do with it. So there's so many things here that I find to be like a big issue. First of all, that this guy is claiming that he came up with this conspiracy theory, and all these people believe him. And then it's not even true. They said in Daily Mail that these...
Why do you care if he's the one that started it or not? People have already been saying those things about you, honey. Why do you care if the buck started with him or not? Why the fuck does it matter? get mad at the Daily Mail. I guess the Daily Mail, like, asked her for comment, asked her for source. That's their job. That's their job. I would hope that they would do that. Film doesn't have to do that, girl. He don't have to do that. I don't understand what she's even mad about anymore.
Or this theory or whatever started on Twitter. So anyways, there's that. And also, what I find so hypocritical is that you're blaming me for being a part of a smear campaign when you posted a video yourself that actually stated Blake Lively, the most hated woman in Hollywood. You got over 900,000 views on that video, and you got sponsorship on that video.
You
So
want to talk about titles and thumbnails, sis? That's what you want to talk about? Okay. All right. Let's do that then. Let's go back.
I'm done with the older guy.
What did Cooper say? He said that Blake Lively was the most hated woman in Hollywood, right? That's probably fair. A lot of people don't like her right now, you know? Is it exaggerating a bit? Yeah, probably. Not everybody hates her. I'm sure Ryan likes her husband, you know? But a lot of people don't like her right now. This is truly disturbing. Basically accusing them of doing something disturbing. I mean, that's accusing them of, like, these are all things that are, hers are accusatory statements. His is just a flat out, like, I mean, it's people's assumption, like, to be made as fact. Like, it's just other people's opinions. I don't understand where she's going with that, but sure, let's look into hers then. Also, she's really bad at titling things anyway. They are not nearly as specific as they need to be. But even, you can still catch the context of, like, what she's trying to say, right? Ryan Reynolds is so much worse than I thought. Oh, yeah? I'm in Justin Baldoni's lawsuit, too! Ryan Reynolds' desperate new move is so cringe. And then her dumb little face in the thumbnail, making that face. Did she just brag about stealing his movie? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. How Lively thinks she can hide from Baldoni's lawyer. Like, what are you trying to insinuate by his title and his thumbnail? Yours say plenty, girl. How Blake Lively's personal trainer backstabbed Justin Baldoni. That's very specific. His is not specific at all. The most telling evidence that no one is talking about. I called another Blake Lively victim. Okay. The most hypocritical celebrities. Like, I feel like I've made my point. More misinformation. My reaction to Justin Baldoni's report. So, huh?
I'm done with.
You want to talk about hypocrisy?
Good about experiences in. You are the one spreading conspiracy theories.
You're probably watching this video, the reaction might be, oh, come on, she's awful. And trust me, I do not like her.
So, that being said, that actually stated Blake Lively, the most hated woman in Hollywood. You got over 900,000 views on that video and you got sponsorship on that video. So I don't know how much money you made on that video, but it's quite a lot.
As I'm watching this right now and you're probably watching this video, the reaction might be, oh, come on, like, come on, she's awful. And trust me, I do not like...
So she's confirming for us that she's not monetized, right? Or she doesn't take the money, the monetization money? She doesn't take, you're not in the partner program? Girl? With 200K? You're not making money? Okay. What are you doing? Donating it to charity? That's nice. What is the point she's trying to make here?
So, that being said, you are the one spreading conspiracy theories and being a part of the smear campaign. Oh, I just feel like this is so ridiculous to me. When this YouTuber that comes in like, I'm the smartest person in the room here, I knew something was going on. Well, first of all, how do you know something's going on? You don't know anything about the business. Have you worked in Hollywood? Do you know any of these people? Have you ever met any of these people? Were you on that set? No, you're just guessing. And then you're telling people your guesses and claims it to be the truth. That's called misinformation, and I think it's a very dangerous thing that's happening, and has been going on for a long time in journalism as well, which I will come back to later in this video. I mean, I have nothing against this guy. I just don't want him to spread more misinformation to people. And the other thing is that he doesn't understand by saying this that he takes away the credibility of the New York Times and Blake Lively's team. Because if he admits that this is something that he came up with and they used it in the New York Times to smear me, to take away my credibility, that looks really bad for New York Times, that was the source. From what I know so far is that the source was someone on Twitter. Who knows who posted that? Could have been someone from her team. I don't know, because I don't trust any of these people. The only winners at the end of this game are going to be the attorneys.
Why do you care?
That's the way it goes. Always.
Whether it was filmed or not. He was
Then I
just
also
saying,
wanted to mention, I
she
saw
is
this.
hooked on the fact that he said that he was happy that something that he thought he uncovered was posted on New York Times. Whether they got it for him or not, I don't think that they did. I don't even think he thinks that they did. I think that he's just like, oh, we had a similar thought process about this. That makes me feel founded in my beliefs.
Article in the New York Magazine written by a female journalist called Olivia Craighead. Her article was called Kjersti Flo Isn't Done Talking About Blake Lively. And in the article, she basically trashed me for posting videos that I've done recently to clear up what happened. And she said that it wasn't...
You ain't clearing shit up, girl. You're not clearing shit up posting some videos. You are completely downplaying how many videos you've made about her in the context of those videos.
Assumption in the New York Times that I was involved. They just mentioned it as an example.
Yourself. You involved yourself.
So then I would ask Olivia, why do you think all these news outlets contacted me straight away asking me if I had anything to do with it? If it was just an example. I don't get it. And at the same time, so this woman, Olivia Craighead, accuses me of posting too much about Blake Lively while she herself did 4 stories about her. And her first story, she used my interview.
4? Okay. That's, I mean, that, yeah, 4's a lot, I guess, compared to 3 or to 2 or to 1. But how about comparatively to upwards of 20 or 30? Which is what you posted about her.
She posted it in her article that she got paid for. And she pushed that video that she said now.
Paid? Are you not getting paid? Do you need to talk to somebody about that if you're not getting paid? You should be getting paid at this point. YouTube. What, you're not paying this poor lady? Come on now. Give her money.
Created hate or was a part of a smear campaign. But she was part of it. She, as a journalist, should take responsibility for sharing that video then. She even mentioned in that article that she just wrote about me that I have longer videos on YouTube so I can have a mid-roll and make advertising money on the videos. She's accusing me of making money. I mean, I wonder if she wrote that article for free.
Do you make money, though? Do you?
So she's also gotten paid to write bad press for Blake Lively. I'm trying to look from it from an outside and with a sense of humor, because it's almost funny. It's so dumb. She also
notice how she hasn't even directly stated, which we all know. It's clear that she makes money off of these videos, right? But she hasn't confirmed or denied that yet, which I think is absolutely crazy.
Calls me out for bringing down other women in her article. And then I have a question for her. Writing an entire article about me, isn't that taking down another woman? And on top of that, it's someone of your own profession, another female journalist that you are trying to bring down. At the end of this article, she says, again, what it said about her is not that she was knowingly involved in anything, but that she played right into the hands of a shadowy PR team. But that wouldn't make it for a good YouTube video now, would it? The thing is, Olivia, you played right into the hands of the PR team. And now you're doing it for the other PR team. Because now the narrative has shifted, the herd has shifted, and it feels safer to be on the other side. And as a journalist, you should know that if you don't have any evidence...
It's weird that she knows a lot about these individual specific PR teams. That's weird.
...of something, you should not print it as fact. And the way I see it, I could accuse anyone for getting paid by any PR company.
That's suspicious.
Just to write about these things. So I suggest to Olivia Craighead that you write an article admitting that you were a part of the smear campaign unwillingly. You got paid by someone to do that. It was probably your employer, or if you're a freelancer, you got money for it. But would that make a good article for you? I don't know. Probably not. But you should write it since you're asking me to do it in the video. And I can say that I'm sure that my video was used and they were happy to see it on Baldoni's team. But what I'm saying, I didn't know anything about it. Should I feel responsible for posting a video of a celebrity behaving badly? I don't know. If we're asking all journalists...
Should film feel responsible for posting a video about you behaving badly? About you behaving poorly? What do you mean? What do you mean? She is clearly just a hypocrite, and, I don't know if she's involved in the PR or not, but she's not making herself look good with any of the things that she has said or done. That's what I'll say. I don't know if she is or not. I don't care, really. But she's not helping her case. I'm trying to make a cheese color. I've got orange, yellow, and white, and we'll see where that gives us. Not like a real cheese, but like a cartoony cheese. Anyway. Yeah. She is like grasping at straws here, trying to make herself look like she's not involved. If anything, this whole tirade that she has been on and listening to it all the way through, I think she might be involved in the PR smear. She's really taken like a lot of energy and time out of her day to prove that she's not. Why? Why? If you're not and you don't care, why are you so defensive?
Journalists to feel responsible when they're showing someone not on their best behavior. Wouldn't that just be more censorship? And now I'm sure journalists are not going to come out and show these things. So it's just going to be like, okay, we're just going to censor it even more. And people are going to be afraid of showing a celebrity's true color. And I guess that's what you want. Or what is it?
Why didn't you post it earlier, though, honey? I'm still curious about that. Why didn't you put... Were you scared? Were you... Why didn't you post that earlier? Why did you pick the time that you did to post it? Other than it being opportunistic. Whether it was opportunistic because you were strategically in line with the PR team or not, it was opportunistic for you. You saw a time and you took it. Am I crazy? Is that crazy?
I don't get it. I don't understand why I'm supposed to feel guilty. I just don't understand it. as some people have pointed out about Blake and her being a victim now, I think there's other victims here that people don't consider, which is Baldoni's wife and his children. That they had to sit through Christmas. I don't know if you guys think that they deserve that. Another thing is, when you see what happened to JC, he was accused of raping a 13-year-old. Nothing really happened to him. He didn't lose any jobs over it. He went to the Lion King premiere on the red carpet, and
your whole point of
it.
like he has a family and stuff, it's like, okay, yeah, that sucks. If all this is false and his family is going through that, that sucks. Unfortunately, that happens with this kind of case. Are you saying you'd rather not the case be pursued then to save the family and like face for them? Is that what you're saying? Because so many people have had a family. You know what I mean? Like, what was the Green River Killer? He had a family. Do you want to you want to make sure that we don't smear him too much in his name? That way his children aren't affected. I'm sure that those kids, unfortunately, have already been through more than anybody would ever understand. So, again, what point is that? What are you even saying? What are you trying to say here? I don't think you're saying anything.
We don't know what's going to happen in court, but he's not been judged beforehand. And why is that? Because he's so powerful. Because he's JC. He's married to Beyonce. I think if there's anything we should learn from this is not to jump on a train too quickly. So many people jumped on the Blake Lively hate train, and now so many people are jumping on the other train. Just don't jump on a train yet, because there's other people involved here. Not only these main characters, but their families and other people around. I wanted to end this video with a comment that I got that
There's
really
always going to be
touched
other people
me.
involved. I have a family. Cooper has a family. You think that Cooper's girlfriend is ecstatic about this video? Do you think she's just like, oh man, he deserved that, and I know that she's like a journalist that like claims to be a professional that is connected to like Hollywood elite, and really we have nothing to do with her. But you know what, Coop? You actually deserve everything that she said to you, and it makes sense. No, she's not gonna be like that. She's gonna be like, why is she lying about you? Why is she doing that? She's gonna be affected. People are going to be affected by the things you were saying and the things you were doing. It's going to happen everywhere, every single time. So what is your point?
Just reading something like this makes it all worth it to me. She says, "Thank you for posting this video and sharing the truth. The interview you posted with Blake and the other actress, I can't recall her name now, really helped my teenage daughter, who was also subjected to intense bullying at school by other girls. It helped me show her that this happens all the time to even adults, and I think it made her feel less alone in her plight. Thank you for raising awareness about bullying amongst women." I just wanted to put that out there because that's a lot of the feedback that I got when I posted the interview, and I think that's the silver lining here, that it did bring women together. And I think the message here is don't bully anyone. Stop bullying. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say today.
Are you being bullied, sis?
Again, Happy New Year to
You're a
everyone.
grown woman. Are you being bullied? I'm not saying grown women can't be bullied, but are you being bullied? Who are you being bullied by? Cooper? There are serious instances of people being inappropriate and rude on set. Is that what you are referring to as bullying? Is that a language barrier thing? Because I feel like it should be more serious than considered bullying if you're talking about the actual case of Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. But if you're talking about what Cooper is doing, that's absolutely not bullying. So, I'm very glad that's over. Yeah. Overall, well, let's do a recap on that section on this section of video. So, overall, I think that her take of saying that Cooper is spreading disinformation and is bragging about spreading disinformation and saying that, look, that was me, and then the Times posted me, I think that's all bullshit, and and honestly doesn't make any sense, and I don't even think she can make it make sense. I think she's just upset and angry that he had something to say about her, and she's just lashing out and saying whatever comes out of her mouth and thinking that it sounds good. It does not. So yeah. Cooper. In the Nikki Narwhal's court, you have been deemed innocent. In my opinion. Cooper didn't do anything. She has. Okay. But yeah. That's so stupid. That's a dumb bit. But yeah. Cooper is innocent. Christine Fla is not. I mean, she, you know. Do I know that she's involved in the smear campaign? No. Do I really care? No, because she is involved herself. You know, whether she's actually involved, which I think is a little worse. It's like she saw an opportunity, she took it, and she was like, I'm just gonna insert myself right into this situation that has nothing to do with me. Right here. For clout. Okay. Okay, girl. Get your bag, I guess. Anyway. Let's see. Next on the docket is the Rosanna Pansino Tana situation thing. So I think what we're gonna do with that is we're gonna watch, I guess not the whole episode, but just the section of Tana and Trisha talking about Rosanna, and then we will watch Rosanna's response. I think we'll just skip over that canceled episode because Rosanna's gonna go over the points that she wants us to know about, and I don't think that there's anything that... If there's going to be anything that Tana says to defend herself, I think it's going to be in the Just Trish episode. I don't think it's going to be in her own canceled episode. She tends to get a little carried away when it's just her unmitigated and, like, nobody to check her, I guess. So I don't think there's going to be anything in there of substance or value. But... we can also go with the flow for that. If I feel like it's necessary, I'll pull it up. If I feel like she's doing a better job on Just Trish defending herself than I think she would on her own, then we're just going to leave it at that. Okay? I want everybody to have a fair voice. You know. So. And then we'll go and we'll try to come up with an opinion on it after we're done watching and discuss. And we'll discuss. Like we did with this. Let's take a little break. Not just for timestamp reasons, so that I can look at the screen and not have to watch my whole video over again and know what sections I'm changing. That's not the reason why I'm doing this at all. At all. Okay. I don't know where it is. More fun staring time, guys. I know this is your favorite part of the video. I'll try to timestamp this out for you, because I know how annoying it is when people do this, and here I am doing it. Trisha's pregnant again? Holy shit.
And it was a tough watch.
Okay, maybe we do have to watch the canceled episode about it. Fuck. I didn't want to do that. Canceled.
Hello.
Oh, forget they don't do timestamps, do they? That's awful. Oh my god. Okay, so we'll go to Just Trish. We'll go to the last time Tana was on. When was the last time Tana was on the podcast? Last time she was mentioned.
Line is the front lines for me.
That's true. Is that it?
That's so funny. I was literally going to say that. That's so funny because she is. And you look at her. That's what I always thought I looked like in my head. You know, me.
Okay, I found it.
What the? That's so funny. I was literally going to say that.
That's so funny because she is. I do look at her and I'm like, that's what I always thought I looked like in my head. You know,
Me.
I'm afraid I can't 2x speed this. Just because Trisha already talks fast. So, I don't think that's going to work very well. We're just going to have to watch this the way it is. Also, I don't know what's going on between Trisha and Ethan right now. I have no idea. I thought that maybe there was like some light at the end of the tunnel with that whole situation. Like with Ethan being speaking very positively about Trisha. But here lately, there have been things mentioned about Trisha related to the snark, and I hope that's not true. That would make me very sad. But at the same time, I don't think that that's true, and I don't think Ethan thinks that's true. And I wonder if Hila even thinks that's true. I think that the context was of them talking about CPS being called on their children, so I think that they were just very clearly upset. And who wouldn't be? So yeah, I don't think that she's involved. At least I hope she's not involved. I don't know. I haven't been watching Just Trish. It's not like I'm a supporter. I watch H3 every day. So, now does that mean that I don't want, that I hate Trisha? No, I really don't. I really don't hate Trisha. I loved Frenemies. I loved it. Hold on. I know you guys have seen this before, probably. I have the Frenemies hat. My husband gave it to me for Christmas. Him and his mom did. They found it for me. It was really hard to find. But it's real. It's Teddy Fresh. You can see them. There's the tag. So, I'm a fan, so to speak, of them together. And of Ethan, separately by himself. Especially if what, Hila said is happening, like she's on the snarker subreddit, and she's involved in any way at all, that's very disappointing for me. Not even because, like, I'm a direct fan, but because, like, there's, like, subhuman garbage on that subreddit, and Trisha has another baby on the way, and she has 2 other babies, like, she's got shit to worry about other than... And that makes me, if that is true, that makes me worry for her, and it makes me wonder if she's, like, falling back into her old ways, but so I hope that none of that is true, and that she's good, and everything's good, and it's all fine. Anyway, it's my Frenemies rant for the day.
You guys do, though. You guys are very similar.
I love you so much, but hell never. She's just so, like, put together. She's just that girl. Like,
She
even
really
her, like,
is.
her new collab with Frame, the skinny jeans. I was like, oh, you're so...
She's like, we're bringing skinny jeans back. I'm like, only her can do that.
I know. Like, oh my God. It is so
Have
true.
you met her? Have you collabed with her?
I've met her. We were on a Tarte trip together, and she's super sweet. We don't really talk that often. I just was messaging her saying we should do Hot Mess, and she was like, down. And I think it'd be a fun crossover. And like, she's a super fun, sweet Miami girl, but I don't know much about her. Yeah. But she's in LA a lot too. Like, I don't know. We're both kind of decently close with Jake Shane. So I mean, like, I could see
like
things.
the common connection, I feel.
You see what I meant though by Tana, like being. She's a better advocate for herself, I think, in this format than on her own podcast. I think that she's more restrained and respectful because she respects Trisha. So, I think that this is, if we're gonna give everybody a fair shake and a fair chance, I think this is probably the best place to hear her side of the story. I'm afraid that she will misrepresent herself on Cancelled. And if we want, like... So, I don't know. And any, like, things that are in Rosanna's corner that have been on Cancelled, Rosanna will be going over in the video that we will be watching. So, I'm not worried about not getting that context. You know what I mean? I want the better side of Tana's context, and that's what this video is for. And then Rosanna's side is Rosanna's video. So... just trying to give her a chance, you know. Fair chance. Give everybody a fair chance. Especially Tana. I like Tana.
I just really love him. He's like, it's so rare to find people who are real people.
Yeah,
like him and I have really
I like Rosanna, and if what she said, if you know, which I don't think it's been really debunked, but that's why we're watching this. And then maybe we even watch Trisha's response. Who knows? After we're done with Rosanna, who knows? But yeah. I just want to make it as fair as I can. They're talking about, like, somebody's jeans right now. How they fit in
I thought that was successful because I'm like, to me, I always saw him like around, but I didn't know, like, what he did.
His humor too is so my humor, like just stupid, like brain rot. Like I think he's like the funniest. Great. I'm like Jake Shane's biggest fan. I love him.
I love he's going. He's going so mainstream too.
Like, just like the Sophia Richie of it all. Like he'll still pop out and serve, like you know. And I eat it up every time.
Did he have Ed Sheeran on his podcast? Like that's always so wild to me. Like, see the most random people who never do any podcast just all of a sudden be on Jake Shane's podcast.
Yeah, it's actually crazy the guests he gets. It's nuts. He had a funny moment with Ed Sheeran. I'm forgetting what it was.
When your legs don't work like you used to.
Like and just that I love that. Like I would do that. Like it's just like he keeps it so real.
He laughs and he's like, "That's about like my grandma who couldn't walk." He's like, "Oh,
it's so funny." That was like one of my favorite pop culture moments of last year.
That's so me too because you want to be engaged in the conversation and you like think something's like someone's trying to make a joke and then it's just like, oh yeah.
Every time I'm always swinging and frequently missing.
That's why that's why you're here. I guess to intimidate me a little bit.
It's just it's a different vibe.
Yeah, to have like I don't know. Joey just was just here a couple hours ago. By the way, he gave free reign for you to talk about Escape the Night movie.
Well, okay. You go first before I go because I think I need to like gather some more information.
He's already filming. I want to know what she said. I'm honestly just telling me in a couple hours. I don't know what she's saying, but I was like, can I ask? He's like, yeah, we might as well. It's already out there or whatever. But he was talking about interviewing people.
I can't. Do you see me right here fighting demons with myself? Keep going.
I'll turn it down now because they're getting anxious and they're talking fast.
Please. This was just like he interviewed people at 20, like Jennifer Lawrence, Taylor Swift. Like he was interviewing people for Teen.com when he was really young, and he said that like Jennifer Lawrence, like he was trying to explain the game Two Truths, One Lie to them, and she would just be like talking to like the cast members and ignoring him and stuff. And he's like, I didn't know how to get it back, so he was like traumatized. Who was the other one? He said it was Selena Gomez was the other one. He was just like that. She was just like annoyed with all the questions like he was asking her, but they edited it to make it she was sweet. Yeah.
Well, you have to be really strong to, I think, even like Oscar, like to be on red carpets and shooting your shot with celebrities and like being willing to get shut down or like if a celebrity says something to you that's like maybe a little embarrassing for you, like that is like hard.
Yeah, no,
I didn't know he did that, Joey.
I didn't either. He went with like Teen.com and like Lionsgate, so he'd be at all the junkets, so where he would like go with like huge celebrities like Taylor Swift for the Lorax, Zac Efron, like he was interviewing all these people, and he had like no training in it or anything, and he's like that's what kind of traumatized him. But
that's crazy.
We did talk about Escape the Night.
I mean, listen, okay.
How's your finger? But I didn't know that lore to
it. My finger's good. Okay.
He's like, well, she went out. I was like, well, she could go out with a broken finger as long as she broke her leg.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, dude. So I love Escape the Night. I always have. I have such a special place in my heart for it. And I will always be so grateful to Joey Graceffa because he put me on the cast of Escape the Night when it was huge with YouTube Reds. Very mainstream billboards, mainstream media, like so many millions of people were watching it. Everyone else who was in that cast was much more esteemed, taken seriously, established as a YouTuber. He took a chance on a crazy Vegas girl, you know, and like, and then he continued to bring me back. There were times on set where I would be crying over people being mean to me and he would pull me aside and always be really nice. He dealt with me at that time too. Like I wasn't on time. I wasn't the best. And like, even just like VidCon wouldn't invite me. And then like I got to go with Escape the Night. Like so just, cool. And it is like, I have chills thinking about it. It was a very pivotal point of my life. And like, I'm obviously just always down to pay homage to the niche things that the fans love as well. Like I get tagged in Escape the Night edits every day. So I have nothing but love for him and the whole series and stuff. But obviously he asked me to do this new Escape the Night. And it's no longer something that feels like it's in my wheelhouse. It's kind of like, okay, I'm going to go somewhere and be with all these random personalities and kind of throw back to a different time, you know? And I get there and it's, well, do I free reign? Like, do you think he'd be mad if I was like saying the cast?
Say the cast and I can bleep it.
Okay, so I get there.
I want to know. And I was like, I'm going to ask. He knows that I know. I was saying so many cast people. He's like, no, I don't know. And then he's like, can you bleep some of those names? I was like, yeah, that's fine. So I want to hear the names, but we'll bleep them.
Well, so let me just walk you through this very quickly as well. You know me, I'm like always agreeing to things. And then I'm like, I'll look at my schedule and I'm like, holy
that's been
like,
lately too.
It's just I say yes to everything. It was my New Year's resolution a year ago. I'll never not like. And then it's just like my schedule was slammed. And then he's like, "Can you be in downtown LA at 9 a.m. like on whatever the day was?" And I'm like, "That is just I suck." You know what I mean? 9 a.m. downtown LA, full glam already. I went to bed at like 4 in the morning. I got up at 6. Like it was just
And downtown LA, I immediately I say no to everything. Even if it's my own shoot, I'm like anywhere but downtown LA.
Yes, I hate it. It's so far. It's so
dangerous. Even during the day, people just get like robbed. Like it's crazy. Yeah.
It is just like it is a different world. I hate it. And so of course I'm like on my way. I'm like I can't feel my hands in the car. I'm so tired. You know. And I'm just like okay, whatever. But still excited. Like so excited. And I get there and all of them I have different histories with and like love. Like I was having a great time on set with all of them, I will say. Yeah. But I show up at 9 a.m. and then I podcasted about this too. I walk in and I love it. It's 9 a.m. downtown LA and I haven't slept for an hour. And she's telling me about how she just and I podcast about this and then all the comments are like, she's talking about never do that. She's lying. And I'm like, why? Where do you people get off thinking that I would make that up?
I have a text that says that. She texted me that's what she was doing. Yeah.
And so then I'm like, okay, whatever. And then I already I Patreoned about this. I don't know if I podcasted or Patreon. I don't remember. But we're filming all day, whatever. And just always too, like, I love to serve. So I'm in the waist trainer and the gown and the heel and it's cold and everyone else has jackets. And of course I don't. And like, that's on me. Yeah. And like, I'm obviously if I said no to anything, wardrobe.
That's important. Yeah, it's important that Tana said that. Because I think one of Rosanna's points was that, which we'll watch Rosanna say it. One of her points was that she was glad that Tana got to choose her costume, and here's Tana saying that she was out there in those clothes by her own free will. She chose to be out there in those clothes. So. I think I'm gonna move to a different room here in a minute. Oh, a different setup. But yeah, I think that is important. I understand why Rosanna was upset. And I guess Trish took out like a lot of the part about her dad. Which is nice. I don't know how much was in it from the beginning. I'm gonna go to the kids' room, honey. Alright. You okay?
Yeah. I'm pollen out there.
Let me play some lo-fi.
Oh my god.
That's probably jarring for you guys, huh? Whoops. Okay, we're back. Oh, new setup, but I tried to make it visually appealing. We've got the light and the other light, and then that one, that light. We've got 3 different kinds of mellow: pink shark, green dinosaur, and rainbow platypus, which is my favorite. That one's mine. And then my stepdaughter's Stitch poster that I got her. It's also kind of my Stitch poster. Anyway.
Joey would change it. I'm not saying that.
I was telling you because he's all like, I can't say anything. I'm like, it's on TikTok. Like I follow. I've been following Escape the Night. Okay.
And so it's in this downtown place, essentially, right? And it's like one of these buildings, you know, where it's all the sets on different levels. And the set for Escape the Night was underground in the basement of this building. And I get that it's scary, so that's like what they're going for, you know? But I go down, I have no cell phone service, it's freezing cold, I'm down there, my phone's on like SOS, and like it's creepy as like being down there and shooting and filming
downtown LA.
And just for hours, and like we're running and horror screaming and doing the whole nine, you know, like,
and how long is
running
this?
from these actors, like, and so they have these horror actors, right? Like think like I'm at Universal Studios in a haunted house during Halloween, like guys with chainsaws like chasing you in masks and stuff, like
chainsaws,
yeah, like fake ones, but like, you know,
still don't chase
and
me.
it's scary, like obviously. And so eventually my scene is me. Now I'm just in this room, no cameras. Through the mask, he says to me, he goes, perfect, like I've always wanted to have you chained up. And I go,
what?
I go, what did you just say? And he goes, never mind. Like, I probably shouldn't have said that. Like, whatever. And like, I heard him. And then now he's like laughing to himself because like, he thinks I didn't hear what he said, right? And so I'm just standing there like this, and I can't see this person's face.
Oh
and
my
like,
God!
And it like no cameras. It was in his real voice. He introduced his name. Like he wasn't being an actor. Like, do you know what I mean? It was some real shit. And like, I leave.
So this experience is horrible, and they're pretty much getting. I think they've been over pretty much everything that Rosanna has covered. So let's start watching Rosanna's video. Let's go in with the context of this video has been a little bit edited post, not by much, I will say, not by much. Trisha did not post. The edits that were made, I think, were for Rosanna's sake and Rosanna's sake alone. I don't think they were made to make Tana look better. I really don't. So there's that. As well as what was bleeped out was Tana earlier was Tana saying it was about Rosanna, and that while she was there, she was already in a weird headspace. You know, I love this girl. You know, I love her and stuff. Is what she started out. She started out with saying, like, you know, I love her, talking about Rosanna. And then she goes, but then she starts talking about how she smoked her dad. That's her exact words, not mine. It's Tana's words that she's telling me she smoked her dad, and then people are telling me that that she trying to tell me that she didn't do that, and it's like she told me, and then Trisha says she messaged me and had said that as well. So like in terms of like you're not crazy, like that did happen, you know. I really don't know if it should have even been brought up, especially as much as it has been brought up. Like they brought it up on Canceled as well, which I guess for Tana it was overall part of like the negative experience for her, but I don't think that I don't think she should have brought it up. I really don't, because first of all, it's public knowledge. Everybody already knows about it. Everybody knows who you're talking about too. So yeah, I think that should have been left out of the entire conversation. But that's just my personal opinion. I'm trying to make this pizza look like it's dripping cheese. Oh no. Anyway. Okay. Does everybody know what happened on Escape the Night, like Tana's perspective? We'll finish that. I forget that not everybody has the context that I have, so we will finish her saying that.
You know, I tell like everyone in there, like, you know me, like just immediately I'm going to tell people because I just think that's so not okay. And like, again, Joey was amazing. Everyone was amazing about it. You know what I mean? Wow. And then it did scare me. It scared the fuck out of me because I feel like normally I'm not the type of person for things like that to scare me on a normal set, but I'm alone and like far from everyone.
And it's not a YouTube Red production. This is more independent.
Yes.
So are you doing background checks? Are you doing, you know what I mean? Like, and most people don't do background checks on actors, right? That's 100%. Not like a thing. So
I can't see this guy's face through his mask. Like it's very creepy. And the whole production company, there was just a couple other things that happened that day where like guys were saying weird things to me and calling me hot and stuff, and I was just like, this is kind of a skeezy, and that's not Joey's, like that's not on Joey, you know what I mean? Like
definitely production, not
but just very skeezy, creepy. And then I go over after all of this happens and I'm shooting my final scene, and now I'm over it, right? Like I want to leave, and I'm just like, I'm also just thinking about like, what if that happened? Like it's just, what if that happened to someone who didn't say what the did you just say?
Did you say it to anyone? Did you say, like, did you tell anyone what happened besides like the cast? Oh
yeah, well I told like Joey and stuff, like and like everyone, and they, you know, they were like, what
Oh, I would cry.
Yeah, no, I was like, I really was so angry, honestly. And then this same horror actor, the one who said this to me, comes over to like grab her away, right? And my hand is on her shoulder, and he like just like goes like, do you get what I'm saying? To grab her like over my pinky, and my pinky like inverts. And I'm just like, and I'm like immediately screaming. And of course, everyone else is screaming. Do you get what I'm saying? Because it's like a horror thing. And I'm like actually screaming because my pinky is broken. And at first I think it's my nail. And I'm like, oh. And I'm like, I think it's my nail. So I'm kind of just making like broken nail jokes and stuff. And then after a while, I'm like, looks a little wonky. I'm like pulsating, like 10 out of 10 pain. I'm like, oh my God. Like, and like that is Escape the Night and always how they've done it. But again, it's an independent production and we're in a basement in downtown LA.
For the budget.
No, and it still was very budge. Like he spent a lot of money. It's a big space. It's a huge production company.
Right. And in terms of the downtown LA thing, I have never been to LA. Where I am from, I'm not going to dox myself, but where I am from, you know, like anywhere else, we have a bad part of town. I spent a lot of my life in that bad part of town. I would consider it, you know, part of my home, and it is, part of where I was raised. Am I well aware that that place is like, you know, not the safest to be in at night? Yeah, it's not. So, and I would assume that LA, and especially the bad part of LA, you know, those are fair statements to make. But I understand what Ro was saying. I think that, and I'm not going to say too much about her statement until we watch it, but I think that a lot of it was hurt. I think a lot of it was coming from a place of hurt, and warrantedly so. You know, she's hurt by what these people that are her friends are saying. You know, and I don't blame her. There are some hurtful statements in here, and in what Tana said. So, you know. But I think that some parts might have been embellished just a little bit because she was hurting so bad about what was said.
Just saying it's independent and it's different.
The safety felt a little more questionable.
And then, so then obviously it's just like, and then you don't want to be the difficult person, but it's like the same guy who just broke my pinky. Now, of course, he's taking off his mask. He's apologizing to me every 2 minutes, and I'm like, oh, my, like now I have to like coddle you when you broke my pinky, and like borderline, just like.
And are you all so like him like pushing your hand out? Like so you're just all aware that they're gonna touch you because like in Universal, the scare actors can't touch you, so you're just like aware they might grab you.
Yeah,
but it's not choreographed.
No.
That's wild. That's wild.
And obviously, like everyone else had a great time. Like this just would happen to me. You know what I mean? It just would.
No, it's definitely not like because of you. It's just I think
just a broken pinky. Like I just would.
Well,
like,
that'd be me too. I'm very klutzy.
Yeah.
I know Joey did say he'd have me on it, and then I skipped the night and we made up and whatever. But now I'm thinking absolutely not after hearing this. Because anyways, I'm scared of like jump scares. I don't go to like horror nights for that reason. But the fact that someone could like actually like touch me, I'd be like absolutely not. And I do get a little bit baby when it comes to that situation. I would like probably walk off. I walked off a couple sets where I'm like I'm done. There was one where I had to be in a car and I just smelled fumes. I was like I gotta go. I think this car's gonna explode. And I just like walked off. You know,
it is just, and I didn't want to because I love him in the final product and for the fans and stuff. But then of course I podcast about it and all the comments are like, of course Tana leaks Escape the Night. I'm like, hello, what about my trauma? Like people just do not take me seriously.
Did you share the extent of that story?
Yes, on Patreon, but like still,
yeah.
Like,
and I mean, Joey did say she could talk about it, so I was like, all right,
yeah.
We'll bleep out spoilers for you guys, but that was.
And I felt like he was like maybe felt some type of way about me podcasting about it, but yeah, I just left really hating men in Hollywood. That production company was just kind of a group of skeezy men, and I was just like. It sucks, especially, you know, just being like the blonde and the bubbly and like this like sexier your brand, like people just take things further, you know.
Yeah, no, she did say that the production crew was made up of skeezy men. Okay. Now let's go to Rosanna's response. Those are cute cakes.
Rosanna Pansino has responded to all the drama going on.
Oh wait, I don't want that. I want Rosanna's.
Hey guys, it's Ro. Today I'm hanging out with my sister Mo.
Did she delete it? I just watched it. Okay, it's on her podcast channel. Ridiculous, right? Yeah.
Hey, little rebels, welcome back to Ridiculous. I just got in last night from the plane. We were traveling. We were on a fundraising trip, raising money for people who have been affected by the LA fires. They were pretty tough this year, and it was just an amazing trip. It was with Drew Brees' charity. But for this episode, it's just going to be me. It's cozy. We're sitting in the chairs today, drinking tea, and I'm hanging out with the dogs. So for everyone listening to this podcast, if you hear snoring, it's just my bulldogs. I just really wanted to talk about some things that have been going on. I think it's important to start with this. I believe Tana when she said that a guy said something inappropriate to her on set, like he sexually harassed her on the set of Escape the Night. When she told me on set, I fully had her back and I said, I'm so sorry that happened to you and you should tell Joey. What he said to Tana was wrong, and him waiting until she was alone to say it is very telling that he knew that what he was doing was wrong. I'm proud of Tana for speaking up. She told me, she told Joey later that day on set, like no one deserves to be treated like that, especially on set. Everyone deserves to feel safe in a working environment. I fully support her for calling out his disgusting behavior. On my previous podcast, I said that I continue to choose to support her, even.
All this is very sweet that she's making sure that she doesn't want to, she doesn't want this to be attached to Tana's, like, she doesn't want anybody to think that she doesn't believe Tana and that she understands and that she is acknowledging that Tana's trauma was real and it happened and she was there and she is witness to that, and that's sweet that she is including that in this statement. Let's remember everything that we heard from Tana as Ro gets farther along. I don't think that she meant any harm or even did anything wrong. Ro absolutely did not. She is not in the wrong at all. I think that what happened and that was said about her dad was horrible, and I think that that brought some hurt in her, as it should have, completely understandable. And so I think that she was so hurt that she found a couple other things to be upset by, not to like try to almost to like justify it to herself, like she was guilty, but she shouldn't be guilty about being upset about that. That's something that you should be upset about. It's just because she's going through weird emotions because it's coming from her friend and she doesn't want to be mad at her friend, but she is. And then she's like, well, they also said this and that rubbed me the wrong way. And it's like, I don't know if that is as big of a deal as it seems like when you're upset. Do you know what I mean? Like, be upset over that horrible, horrible thing that she said, and I agree. The other stuff could or could not have merit. I think that it's coming from a place of hurt is the only reason why it's even being brought up.
Though she's mocked me. Unfortunately, I know firsthand how scary it can be to be sexually harassed on set. I've been in those positions, and I'm sorry that if my criticism about other things that Tana said overshadowed that fact. Like, I should have done a better job of being clear of keeping those two things apart. Like, me criticizing and fact-checking the other things that she was saying on the podcast was in no way intended to claim that she was lying about being sexually harassed. The reason that I spoke out about this is because I felt Tana was associating many innocent people with the very harmful actions of one individual. Her claims that the entire crew were like old, creepy men is just harmful because the crew was a mix of...
Okay. I'm not trying to be devil's advocate. I mean, I guess I am, in a way. Not trying to argue with Rosanna, though. I think Rosanna's completely valid in her feelings. Tana did not say, though, that it was the crew. I think her exact words were some of the executives were weird older men. I think that's what she said. Or she embellished and said all of the executives were weird older men. Clearly, that's not true. One of them was Joey Graceffa. You know what I mean? But I don't know if he's weird, but he's not older. So
men, and women whose livelihoods depend on their reputation. And Tana is in a position of privilege. And to use that privilege to spread lies about hardworking people just to make her podcast more interesting comes off as very problematic to me. For example, what she said about the wardrobe team. She was saying that they made her wear this outfit. They put her in this slutty outfit.
Of course I'm dressed like a slut. I feel like this is always happening to me where someone has me dressed like a slut and it's fucking wintertime.
And that was just not what happened. They were really nice people. They provided multiple options. Joey gave us full free range to wear whatever we wanted. We could even bring outfits from home. And the wardrobe department provided her with 5 different outfit options, and she got to choose which one was her favorite. So by slandering and saying they forced her to wear this, well, they don't have a big platform to speak up for themselves. When this movie comes out and the credits roll, their names are public, and people are...
Okay. I don't know. That's not exactly what she said, though.
It. So by slandering and saying
like a slut and it's fucking wintertime,
and that was just
okay. So that's what she said on Canceled. See, that's kind of why I wanted to watch Just Trish, because I think that Tana is a little bit more tamed on Just Trish. I think that she words herself with a little bit more care than she does on Canceled. So, in terms of what she said on Just Trish, she said that, what was her words? Oh, you know me, I like to go all out, and I like to dress up, and, I was out there in, freezing and, no clothes, and that was my own choice. I think that she says that on Just Trish. Cancel it, I don't know.
Not what happened. They were really nice people. They provided multiple options. Joey gave us full free range to wear whatever we wanted. We could even bring outfits from home. And the wardrobe department provided her with 5 different outfit options, and she got to choose which one was her favorite. So by slandering and saying they forced her to wear this, well, they don't have a big platform to speak up for themselves. When this movie comes out and the credits roll, their names are public, and people are going to associate them with doing things that they didn't do, and that's not fair to them. That's Tana making up stories that could negatively impact their livelihood. Like, it's risking the potential of those people not getting hired in the future, and that is not okay. Some people listening didn't understand why I was so passionate about this, and it's because I know some of the crew personally, and they don't deserve to be lumped in like that. Words matter, and they have an effect on people, their reputations, and their livelihoods. I really want to emphasize that both of these things can be true. I think that it's wrong what happened to Tana. What that actor said and did to Tana is not okay. And I also think Tana slandering the entire crew and making up lies about them is not okay. The point I was trying to make in the last podcast are both things are not okay. Trish even said that she's never seen me like this before, and that is because I'm really hurt. This, what I'm about to talk about right now, is a separate issue. It has nothing to do with Escape the Night or being on set. Canceled podcast, Tana talks so negatively about how I honored my dad that it triggered me. I still deeply feel the loss of my dad, and for her and Brooke and Paige to put it out there that it was illegal, insinuating that I'm a criminal and that I was a cannibal, completely devastated me. Like, I thought Tana and I were friends.
So for those who don't understand, what she means here is that whenever Rosanna Pansino's dad passed away, he had asked her, before he had passed, to honor him, he wanted her to plant his ashes in a pot plant, along with a pot plant, and then to use said pot plant. And that's what she said. His ashes came nowhere near her, other than when she put him in the ground. You know what I mean? So that'd be the same thing as an apple tree growing over somebody's grave, and then you eat the apple from the tree to be I don't think that it's that. I think that to each their own is what I think about that. I think that it's honestly kind of a nice gesture. I really do. I don't think it's for anybody else to be judging or talking about. If you don't think that you think that's a little weird, that's fine. But just keep that to yourself. Maybe it doesn't affect you, So maybe don't mention it.
Friends. We've known each other for so many years. We've worked on projects.
Grieve how you want to grieve. Don't judge other people on how they grieve.
together. I message her. I have looked to her for advice. Like I literally invited her to my nephew's birthday. Like I have just never been through something like that. And I don't think that I have ever felt this upset. Like I snapped. I'm going to pause right here and just play some of the clips of her mocking me, calling me a cannibal, and reducing me to nothing more than a YouTuber who smoked her dead dad.
Like at 9:30 in the morning, I'm standing there like fully ready, like in a fucking gown. And I'm having a YouTuber tell me that their parent just passed away and they turned their ashes into marijuana and then they smoked their parent. And I'm like, it's 9:30 in the morning and I'm downtown and this YouTuber is telling me about how they smoked their dead parent. And
is that against the law? That's like cannibalism.
I don't know, dude.
Way, shape, or form.
And I'm just like, geez Louise, what did I rope myself into, right? What do you mean I'm being chained to the ceiling in a meat freezer in a gown right now at 9 a.m. downtown and this YouTuber just smoked their dead parent? What do you mean? Okay.
It's hard for me to talk
These
about
ladies
this.
have never been the most eloquent. You know. Especially, again, like when they're left to their own devices. Like they're not the most eloquent people. Like they can't express themselves in what seems to be an appropriate manner all the time, especially when they're together. It's like a crowd mentality type deal. Not to say that their podcast doesn't have substance in other ways when they're talking together. It does. I just think that because that they are so unserious people, that they should probably stay away from serious topics. Because stuff like this is going to happen. And they're going to say stuff that they don't mean.
I'm just extremely still sensitive about this. But for me, it crossed a line. That's my dad. When you're vulnerable and you open up and you share intimate details about your life with the public, like you expect random people to be judgmental, but not your friends. It may not be something that they would do, but I wouldn't expect them to be mean or mock me. They were laughing at me and calling me a cannibal. A cannibal? I honestly don't understand why Tana didn't just talk to me like if I was annoying her instead of blasting it on the internet on multiple podcasts. She didn't just go on one podcast. She went on multiple podcasts and mocked me over and over and over again for views. She may not understand this, but people have been harassing me since I uploaded the first episode of my podcast. Just to give you guys an understanding of some of the judgmental comments that I have been receiving for months, I'm just going to play a clip right here. It's of these three guys. They have a podcast where they usually just talk about sports, but they took a break from talking about sports to shit all over me and say some of the meanest, judgmental, and just, it's beyond cruel. Like, some of the things that they said is like, my dad deserved to die and shit like that. Like, it's just like straight up evil.
To me, that's a little bit over the top. Why wouldn't you just like roll one up and smoke it in his honor, I guess? I mean, one, you're growing weed at your house, so I hope the authorities have berated that studio and got taken care of that. Yeah, you deserve to go to jail. This is a jail time thing for me.
That guy is clearly very pretentious. I'm just going to skip over it because I don't care about these men or what they have to say. They're dumb pricks.
Like her three friends sitting around and they're saying something that's in the realm of these hateful people. It's even within the realm. Like, they're saying it's illegal. They're insinuating I'm a criminal for it. They're saying I'm a cannibal. Like, the judgmental tone of that video, it broke my fucking heart.
I think that she's just really hurt. She should be. I mean, I think that that's... like, those were her friends, and she's known them for years.
And I think I just snapped and I just saw red. And I think Tana hit below the belt. Like, you do not mock your friend's dead dad. That is hurtful and that is mean. She's fucked up. I shouldn't have anything to do with the Escape the Night story. She threw me in there as she was talking about her negative experiences on set, and I was a part of the negative experiences. Sorry, my dog is trying to find
I agree with that completely.
She's scratching around in her seat. This is why you have dogs. Sometimes they'll just like do silly things and they'll make you laugh and like they'll turn a sad day into a good one. It's been a weird week and I just want to say thank you because I've seen thousands of comments on T channels that have been supportive of me and understanding of why I feel the way that I do. Even people who don't agree with everything that I say, they at least are being supportive and understanding of why I feel the way that I feel. Like, they get it. And I just want to say thank you because this just sucks. People are like, well, you made a video to talk about her. Yes, in response, because she did it first. A lot of Tana's followers who just...
She should not have mentioned her, like, in the context of, like, well, this was a bad experience, and oh, and this also happened. Like, that's, you know, that's what yikes it for me, I think.
Follow her blindly through everything that she does. They were saying, well, Tana wasn't mocking you. She didn't use you by name. What other famous YouTuber has done what I did. It's a very unique thing. It's not hard to figure out. You know the tone, but you can see right through it. I'm not the only person who thought that this was messed up. There was other commentary channels who noticed it, clocked it, and said something. I'm going to play a clip right here of one of them.
I don't think Rosanna deserves the slander. Okay, she was just trying to make some conversation.
Like it's 9:30 in the morning and I'm downtown and this YouTuber is telling me about how they smoked their dead parent.
Is that against the law? That's like cannibalism.
I don't know, June.
Okay.
And I'm just
okay. All of you stop it.
Yeah, I was
That's
like,
not a
leave
thing.
Rosanna Pansino alone. It was a touching, like it was a sweet gesture that she was.
Cannibalism? Do you know what cannibalism is?
No, like ask Armin.
I just wanted to explain a little bit of why that made me feel so upset, and I hope you guys have a better understanding of that. And I totally get that not everyone will understand. I actually agree with Trish. I just saw on her latest video that she posted that I don't want to make drama videos going back and forth and back and forth. Like I reached out privately to Trish and apologized for anything that I said that upset her. I told her in my message that I thought she agreed with Tana about being illegal and a cannibal, and I thought they were sitting together and laughing and making fun of me on her podcast.
I walk in and I love it's 9 a.m. downtown LA and I haven't slept for an hour and she's telling me about how she just and I podcast about this and then all the comments are like, she's talking about never do that. She's lying. And I'm like, why? Where do you people get off thinking that I would make that up?
I have a text that says that. She texted me that's what she was doing. Yeah.
But after hearing Trish's response, I believe her. I believe that she wasn't judging me or making fun of me. I'm not upset with Trish. I am upset with Tana. I also told Trish that I was sorry to hear about what happened to her downtown LA because I didn't know that information. She shared her deeper feelings about it, and then I shared my deeper feelings with her. I expressed to her that I grew up in a very poor area with a very high crime rate. And this is something that's sensitive to me too, because I was constantly talked down to and treated very poorly for much of my life because of it. So to hear people like Tana talk down about the people who live downtown as in the rickets of LA, it just brought back a lot of hurt.
You walk in and the production company is all men from like the rickets of Los Angeles.
Tana was talking about them like they were less than. She was saying like, ew, gross, I have to work with people that are from the rickets of LA.
Like, and it was just like very creepy. Like I just, the vibes with every interaction I had with every single person.
A lot of people don't understand where I grew up and how I grew up because it's honestly something that I don't really want to think about. I've worked really hard to get to the place I am now in life, and I feel more comfortable opening up about my past. I have many stories about that, but a story that really hurts my heart is one time my sister and I were hanging out with some new friends, and someone asked my sister where she was from, and she answered them, and they went, ugh, turned around, turned their back to her, and just walked away. And that's how we were treated because of where we were born. My family didn't have a lot of money growing up. I grew up with Molly 2 blocks from the projects. If you walked out the front door of my house, my neighbor 2 houses down ran a chop shop. My neighbor 3 houses down on the corner were 2 neighborhood boys that we grew up with who one of them got involved in a gang and they were violently killed in the street. My other neighbor raised dogs, Rottweilers, to fight them, and one of them got loose. And when I got off the school bus in like elementary school with one of my friends, we were walking home from school, and one of the Rottweilers attacked her in our front yard. Blood everywhere. My dad had to run out and break it up, and the amount of violence and just shit that I've seen at such a young age and for such a long time. They have meth labs blowing up all the time. My high school even got shut down multiple times. Like we had a drill for when a meth lab would blow up down the street and we had to cancel sports practice because too many chemicals of drugs were in the air. Like this was a common thing at my school. One time at a friend's party, there was a drive-by in the house that I was in. But even though those communities have a lot of issues, they have a lot of good people. To hear someone in a privileged position dehumanize people from those communities, like where I grew up, it triggers me.
I get that.
Because it's not right. I've thought about it a lot, and I do understand that Tana or Trish may not want to go to a less than safe area. The thing that I'm not okay with is dehumanizing people who live there. Saying, I hate working on sets where the people, that you know that they came from the rickets of LA, because that is not fair to people. There are so many good people that lived in my community and many other impoverished areas. That is not okay. Check your privilege. I'll end the podcast soon. This has gone on for a while, but I did watch Trish's response to everything, and I could tell that she was really upset about the situation. And as I mentioned before, I wrote her a private apology because I really do care about her as a friend. My whole family genuinely loves her family, and I really hope that we can fix things. Also, watching the response, I love Moses. I really love Moses. I do disagree with some of what he said, like saying that Tana's stories are entertaining and not serious, just because when she's talking about something so serious like sexual harassment,
I don't
and
think
then
she,
all the
I think because of the person that she is, she can talk about her own trauma and her own feelings and her own, like, that's fine. Because if you joke about your own trauma, like, who cares? Like, who's going to tell you not to? That's how you cope with your own trauma. But because of her unique coping strategy of, you know, making jokes and making light of things, and she shouldn't probably talk about other people's personal trauma and issues. Just because, again, things like this are going to happen. So, yeah, that's what I truly think that about how Tana responds to things. I mean, never ever stop talking about your own issues and your own trauma, and talk about them however you want. I love how Tana looks at her trauma. It helps me cope with the things that I've been through. You know, I cope similarly, but I also try to mirror. You know what I mean? Whenever I see, like, mirror in the way of, like, whenever I see a certain person, like, grieving in a certain way, I'm not gonna then take, like, the way that I grieve and put that on them. I'm gonna try to, like, see the way that they're grieving. Oh, they're taking this very seriously. They're very upset. Let's keep it that way, you know?
The other things around it are exaggeration and lies. I think it just gets really messy, like messy's the water. And I think that it's fine to be entertaining and embellish things if you're telling a story maybe about like a Thanksgiving dinner with your friends, something more lighthearted, or you're out at dinner or out at a nightclub, or, you know, those things are very harmless. But when you're talking about sexual harassment on your friend's production set and you're slandering the rest of the crew, which can get them fired, they can lose their jobs, their livelihoods, like that's how they feed their family. I think that there does need to be some separation between lies and exaggerating and embellishment and having a serious conversation about a serious topic and a serious issue. That was the point I was trying to make in my first video, and I definitely missed the mark. I'm just going to reiterate it again. When Tana told me what happened to her on set, I believed her. I even said that in my original video, that I am choosing to believe her, even though she said terrible things about me. Even though she's out there mocking my dead dad, I am still choosing to believe her. I am very much compartmentalizing these things, and I'm doing my best to do so. Quote Tana, 2 things can be true. I believe something terrible happened to Tana. I also know that she's slandered an entire crew who were innocent. The last thing that I'm going to say before we end the podcast today is this is just a note to Oscar. I just want to thank him for bringing something to my attention. This is about a tweet that I accidentally hearted. I saw a clip of him talking about this, but he said that I had hearted a shady comment, and I just wanted to thank him for bringing that to my attention, because as soon as I saw that and I read through it, then I unhearted it, because that was an honest mistake. When the video came out, we were traveling back to the States. We were going between planes. I had not slept in a day. I am dyslexic. And when the video came out, there was comments coming in and forth, and I was literally in between flights hearting what I thought were supportive comments. And in this instance, I made a mistake. So then when I saw that, I was like, oh no, that's not what I meant. So Oscar, I just want to let you know, I own that mistake. It was an honest mistake. I skimmed it. I learned a lesson there, and it's one I'm never going to forget. I'm not going to be hearting things when I'm traveling and running from gate to gate on no sleep. Like, that is just not a good idea. And I fat-fingered a lot of things at the airport that day. I actually started following a bunch of my haters because I misclicked. I meant to mute them or block them, and I accidentally ended up following a bunch of them. So for those haters who I'm now following, that's why. Honestly, my team does a lot of my social media, and when I do it, it's usually a disaster. Another thing that I want to say is that I do agree with a lot of people saying that we should work on our relationship in private. I have a really large Italian family, and we get into fights and disagreements sometimes, which is challenging, but I am not one to throw away a relationship over a disagreement or a miscommunication. Like Trish said, we are closer friends off camera than we are on camera. We hang out more privately because our friendship is not focused on business or views. That's not what I care about. I hope that she knows that if she needed anything, even right now, I would be there in a heartbeat. I also keep it real with my friends. Like, if I'm with a friend at a restaurant and they're having a bad day and they snap at a waitress, I'm that girl who's going to tell them, like, hey, that's not cool, knock it off, and you need to apologize. And I'm also that friend to give them a big hug and show compassion because I can see that they're going through something. I don't hate people for making mistakes. I love my friends, but I don't allow them to mistreat people, and that's on all sides. Like, Trish in a response video asked, Why do I need to insert myself? I spoke up about Tana slandering innocent crew members, just like I would stand up against a friend punching down at a waitress. Like, I'm going to stand up for someone punching down on innocent crew members. I'm not going to stand for it. Two wrongs don't make a right. It was wrong what happened to Tana on that set. It was also wrong for her to slander innocent members of that crew. And it hurts me to see Trish upset. I hate that. Like, in her response when she started talking about Colleen, she knows that I did not know about Colleen's behavior in any way or participate. The shit she was doing pissed me off. Colleen hid that
So I guess we do have to watch Trish's response now.
from me because I am the friend who would say something and say that that's fucked up. Colleen lied to me by keeping her true character very private. This whole thing sucks, and I really want Trish to know that I had no idea about her history with downtown LA. I just reacted to what I saw, how they were talking about downtown LA. I just call it like I see it. I had no idea about her bad experiences and what she went through. If I would have known that, then I wouldn't have thought that was a snotty comment. And that's the only mean thing I said about Trish. I thought the comment was snotty, and now
Okay, so we're watching these out of order, but I think the order that we're watching them still makes sense. Let's go back. Let's go to Just Trish.
I don't know. Now I've like talked. Basically, I saw it when I got home this morning. I got home at Monday. I saw the comments about it. And I don't usually watch things that I feel like will trigger me. And I felt like this one was going to trigger me. And I was like, oh, let me like not watch it. But everyone's like, oh, talk about it. And I was like, I guess it's like weird if I don't talk about it. But I'm glad I watched it. But I'm also glad I wish I didn't because it did trigger me so much. It made me so angry. But I took a shower, got glam. My mom and sister came over, which was really fun. And like I feel like a little better. But it made me so angry. And I just was like, I'm glad I don't record things right in the heat of the moment. Because I think if I did, I would have been so angry. Well, you saw when I came down to get glam, I was just like, I had to talk. Thank God I'm married. Because sometimes you should just only vent to your spouse and you don't need to put it on the internet. So I was kind of going back and forth. I was just like, let me just vent to Moses. Because I was so mad. I was so angry. And I haven't gotten mad or angry in so long. I usually don't. Especially this kind of stuff like hot topics. It's like, oh, whatever. It's a key. It's not that serious, whatever. But this one just felt so personal. And it was, everyone was asking me to talk about Rosanna talking about Tana lying. That was all my comments. And I was like, oh, like, what is this? So this whole thing with Tana and Escape the Night is, it's like everywhere now. And everyone's like inserting themselves. And I thought we were done with it basically. Joey was on my podcast. Tana came in that same day. They had stories about, Tana, being, verbally assaulted basically and uncomfortable on the set of Escape the Night. It went back and forth, and then eventually the resolution was Joey got a statement, or Oscar got a statement from Joey, and Joey said, he sent flowers to Tana and apologized. So it kind of was squashed. So then I guess Rosanna, I guess it was her podcast. They weren't in the studio, but I guess they were doing a podcast and microphones, and they were reacting. It was her and her long-term boyfriend Mike. And I should preface this by saying, like, I really loved Rosanna. Like we've gotten really close. I feel, and I don't have a lot of friends, but she's someone where we know her parents, we know his parents, we know her siblings, her sister and their kids. Their kids are friends with our kids. Like we're those people who just go to each other's houses for parties, and we don't have a lot of those friends. So we have a party for our kids. They're there. They always come. We always come to theirs. And so I don't know. I just felt like we had like a deeper friendship. I would say a deeper friendship than even me and Tana or me and Joey. So I was like blindsided by this. The first clips I saw. And I could only watch the clips. I was going to watch the full podcast, and I just knew it would make me so upset. And so I was like, I can't. I'll watch the clips. And they're not taken out of context. They were very long clips. I could see enough of it from there. And it was, at first I didn't see her talk about me. I started talking about Tana. And obviously I'm friends with Tana. And I would say we're friendly. You know what I mean? Like, we don't hang out outside of the podcast. But every time I see her, I love her. And she's been so great. And me and Tana have a podcast. So my initial reaction was to defend Tana as I would anybody in the situation. But basically, Rosanna was calling out Tana for lying about her Escape the Night treatment. And it was a tough watch. It was a tough watch because Tana obviously, there was something that happened that was inappropriate on the set. Everyone knew. Rosanna was like, she told us weird stuff happened that day on the set. She's like, yeah, Tana just came to us and said weird stuff happened. And Mike's like, we don't know what the weird stuff was, but she said weird stuff. So obviously there was something. Joey knew an issue. Rosanna herself says Joey addressed it on set and that was it. It was, an error, but he fixed it. Just giving so much grace to this production of Escape the Night. And really so much victim shaming on Tana's on Rosanna's part to Tana and Mike's too. They admit that they weren't down there when anything was happening. They admit
I hadn't seen this part.
That she was alone with this guy down there, and yet they still were just saying how much she was a liar. They just kept calling her a liar.
They were dissecting her story.
But truly, truly, I believe that she does not believe or care about any of that. Like Rosanna. I mean, I think that she was hurt about what Tana said about her dad, and she lashed out and did something stupid. In terms of, not about talking about what happened with her dad, that was not stupid. I mean, in terms of, like, trying to go after Escape the Night, or, like, trying to defend Escape the Night, and, like, and, you know, the whole production. There's no reason that you need to go and sit behind the whole production, I don't think.
She's on her podcast, which is for entertainment, and it's her story to tell, so it's her right to tell it however she wants to. You know, if she wants to add it was 50 feet away or 100 feet away, like whatever details, she can tell it the way she wants. It's her story to
I
tell.
don't even think she was meaning to
No,
do
but
it.
what I'm saying is, like, they dissected
Yeah.
her story as if that was in court evidence. Like, oh no, it was, she said it was 50 feet, then she said 100 feet, so she's a liar. I'm like, that's not the point of her story. And if she wants to exaggerate, change it a little bit, maybe she doesn't remember at the moment, because also when trauma happens, you don't remember everything.
And I couldn't tell you the difference between 50 feet or 100 feet. I don't know how far away you are from me now.
But the thing is, so they dissected everything up to the moment that the thing happened, and then they said we weren't there.
Yeah.
We didn't see what happened. And then they dissected everything that happened after. I'm like, that is the main thing.
Yeah.
That is the story.
She was alone with a
You were
man that
not
made her
there.
uncomfortable, that
You were
verbally
not there.
assaulted her, that verbally told her inappropriate things, and nobody else was in the room.
So
But
why?
they basically, they admitted that they weren't there, but so much of it was, oh, she was chained up. It's like, and the faces, the mocking, all of it made me so mad. I was so mad because Rosanna, to me, up to this point, has been nothing but like so sweet and kind and very like compassionate and empathetic, and just like giggling, making faces, saying, no, that didn't happen. They're like, that didn't happen. That's just a lie. And I was like, but you guys also said you weren't there. So like, how do you know? Basically, they were saying she could have put her arms down any minute, that she wasn't chained up. That wasn't a thing. And I was like, oh, it infuriated me so much. One, you're not there. You're just not there. You didn't see any of it. You admitted that yourself. You're not there. You're calling this person a liar based on the fact that, oh, she's exaggerated in the past. 95% of her stories are exaggerated. As far as
It's
everyone
enough
knows,
to be alone in the room with the person. That's enough.
Tana, you know what? People have always said this about her stories. Her story times are true. They're always true. If you exaggerate something, if you don't remember, I won't even call it exaggerating. I do this all the time when you don't know 50 feet to 100 feet, you know, or they're like, there was a freezer, but it was a non-operating freezer in there. It's just like, there's no meat. Like you said, the dissecting of it, like you said, as if they were lawyers defending, like, just out of their doing this defense made me so upset, and just like attacking her character, being like, this is Tana, she exaggerates, just what she do. It's hard to believe someone like this is so harmful and so damaging. And Rosanna, of all people, who started this whole Mr. Beast crusade because she was a victim of Mr. Beast, who her complaint about the Mr. Beast video she was in is that they edited her in the wrong order. She got 3rd place. They edited her to look like she got 7th place. And she felt very victimized by that. She felt very wronged by that. And we all rallied behind her, you know, because it sucks to feel treated unfairly. She talked about her time here on Scream Queens, where she said she felt uncomfortable in compromising positions. It happens. She knows firsthand it happens. And how many people criticized her for the Mr. B story. You know what I mean? Because in my opinion, I think that was wrong. I don't think it's as bad as someone being alone with you and making sexual comments about you while you're in a vulnerable position. I think that's two very different things.
They're behind a mask.
They're behind a mask. It's documented to Rosanna. Tana said this happened. So Rosanna's there on set knowing. Then the whole Pinky thing, mocking that, being like, we need to see those doctor records. We need to see the x-rays and make sure they're not doctored. It's like, who are you to be asking for medical information on anybody? Like, it's like, who are you defending and why are you defending? It felt very like, almost like possessed. Like, it felt very weird because I was like, is this for views? Is it for... Their biggest critique was, why are Joey and Tana talking about this on a podcast back and forth? Why are you inserting yourself on a podcast when you weren't even involved, totally assassinating this person's character, when all you do is try to defend victims of Mr. Beast? How can you be a voice?
All of this makes a lot of sense, actually. And Trish's response is a very good response. I haven't seen the video. Now I feel I don't have to. Because I've seen Rosanna's response after the fact. I've seen this. I've seen... The picture has become a lot more clear and it's making a lot more sense. I think from the get-go, Rosanna should have been more honest about her feelings and about what upset her. And then maybe this whole thing would have gone a lot differently. Because clearly what she was upset by was her father being brought up in the context that it was brought up, and she should have led with that and stayed with that, like she did in this most recent response. I feel even more so, to be honest. Like, you shouldn't even have brought up the other allegations about lying and so forth. Because what does that have to even do with you? Nothing.
voice for victims, but then when it's Tana, just completely, I mean, it's long. The clips I saw were long. I don't know how long the podcast was. Just constant berating, mocking, laughing, saying something didn't happen when you're not there.
And also, she never, ever said who that person was.
Yeah.
Who are you defending? Like it's not like she went after his livelihood, after his life.
Nothing.
She didn't do any of that. Like, she literally took it. She said it to the production. She said it to Joey. After that, she told the story. Joey told the story. They apologized. Yes, they had back and forward. Because I'm saying, okay, who are they defending? Joey? Okay, so even in there, Joey said he apologized.
Yeah,
He's sorry.
Joey apologized, didn't know.
If anything, again, the conversation was about a show that's going to air and going to happen.
Calling Tana unprofessional. Oh, Tana can be unprofessional, but no one else can. When has Tana been unprofessional? She showed up. And then, yeah, defending and being with Joey, being like, oh, Tana only thinks about herself. Like, what about Joey's feelings? Joey wasn't the victim. Joey isn't the one chained up in a vulnerable situation. No one was allowed down there. Tana told us a story that Paige wasn't allowed down there filming. She's alone with this guy. Everyone's saying she's alone with this guy. Mike is like, yeah, she was alone with the guy. Everyone's saying this. You know, it's like she had nothing to gain. She wasn't going for this guy's livelihood, anything like that. Mocking her, saying that she did like a favor for Joey. All of it just was... It's like no one else's feelings need to be taken in consideration. Tana was the victim, not Joey. Why is she like, Tana's making this all about herself? It's because it happened to Tana. And then afterwards, Tana felt some type of way about no one taking like her seriously about the injury. And now Rosanna's questioning if she hurt her pinky. Well, we need to see those x-rays. We need to see if they were doctored. Like, what? Who are you investigating and why? It's none of your business. And it made me so upset. And then using her past or her reputation, Tana, being like, well, she exaggerates 95% of the time. So you're judging someone based on like a past thing, which is like not even true, by the way. Tana's story times have held up. But I just thought... so rich of like to judge someone based on, well, Tana's exaggerated, so she's a liar. It's hard to trust those people. Rosanna, you were friends with Colleen for 10 years. Do you, by that same logic, should I be judging you that you didn't engage in the same behavior Colleen did? How are you friends with someone and that close for so long? But it's crazy to say, but that's the same logic using for Tana. Oh, because she was like this, we're gonna be, oh, she might be a liar because she's exaggerated. Well, you're friends with Colleen, so are you engaging in that same behavior? Were you also like, should I have a hard time believing that you also weren't participating in the stuff Colleen was? Like, it's so crazy and asinine to think that, and so, it just made me so mad because of all people, who are you judging? One, a victim, two, someone who like confided in you on the set, so you know something happened. Well, she didn't say what kind of weird stuff happened. Weird. And Tana was being probably just trying to get through the day. I think too, I mean, then I got brought into it, and all of a sudden I think Rosanna then attacking me kind of made me feel some type of way because she twisted things that I said, which I was really upset about because I think Rosanna and I, like I said, privately, we're closer than we are publicly in the sense that she does share personal stuff with me and I share personal stuff with her, and we've gone to each other's houses. We know each other's families. So, and every time she's been brought up on the show, you know, even if she says kooky things, I do try to see Rosanna's defense because I know her as a person. I'm like, or I thought I did. I was like, this person has a pretty good heart. So for her then to watch the clip and take not even out of context, to twist it about, we were talking about Rosanna's first podcast episode was like, I smoked my dad. An outrageous title, which she knows it's outrageous. You know what I mean? And so when I was talking about the text, I was like, yeah, I mean, because we were talking about her whole thing. She went on a whole thing about smoking her dad, you know, like she planted her dad's ashes. And it's a beautiful thing. I was always supportive of it. But to turn it around and say that I was like making fun of someone who lost their dad to leukemia, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. The most insulting thing I've ever heard, because in all my trolling years, all the crazy I've said and done, I've never once mocked or laughed at anyone losing their parent, especially Rosanna, who's like a friend of mine who I know well. Like it was just such an outrageous title. And I was like, yeah, she even texted me that title, but to her, it just hurt me so bad. It hurt me so bad because that was so taken out of context. And then the other thing to make it seem like I'm above people because I said I was scared to go, or that I don't go to downtown LA. That's a hard rule that I've always had. And to Rosanna flip it, be like, oh, she's so above it to not go to LA. Like, I don't like that she won't drive to a certain location. Well, Rosanna, I had a really traumatic sexual assault experience down in downtown LA. From the ages of 18 to 21, I've had 3 sexual assault experiences happen in downtown LA. The violent crime has rise down there. That's why it's me feeling unsafe. And you've felt unsafe in the Mr. Beast thing. Tana felt unsafe. Like, people feel unsafe and it's okay. It has nothing to do. There was nothing I said about the people of downtown LA, the location of downtown LA. It's what I've experienced. It's the violent crime rising that's happened down there, and I just said that I just won't shoot down there, and that was part of Tana's story. But to use that as like a discredit against Tana for me being uncomfortable going to downtown Los Angeles, that was not her story, and just trying to assassinate my character for literally no reason. I had Joey on, Tana followed. Rosanna, I've had you on, and I've defended you, you know, in the Mr. Beast thing, when everyone said, oh my gosh, she's dragging out, she's over-exaggerating, she's being dramatic about it. I've always defended you. And I was like, if a female feels uncomfortable in a situation, especially in a male-dominated world like Mr. Beast or Joey or Escape the Night or production, they're allowed to express that. They're allowed to express it.
Okay, so I've done a complete 180. Like, not a complete 180. I still think that But based off of Trisha's response, I feel like she wasn't very specific about any of this. So, and Rosanna should have been. If you're really mad at Tana, like you said in this most recent response, you should have just said that instead of lumping everybody in together, like you were upset with Tana for doing. Actually, the hypocrisy. You were upset with Tana for lumping in all of the Escape the Night executives into the situation that happened, which frankly I think they did have something to do with. I mean, they were executives, you know what I mean? So yeah, they probably should be lumped in that. Maybe not the crew. You said the crew. She didn't say the crew. Never once. So I don't know, but yeah. There it is. Oh. Oh, my tiny pizza. It's in my hair. Okay.
And not to question it is when you're not even there is just
And for
really.
what is the purpose?
What is the purpose? What is the
were you
point?
defending?
Joey has apologized and wanted to move on and said a statement.
It's not like there's like it's almost there's not an injustice that you need to fix here.
Yeah.
Everyone were fine and moved on from it, and that's it.
Because I felt after the whole Colleen thing and she reached out to me, that's when we got, when we started talking, and I felt like a genuineness. And this felt like, I don't know, like a mask off, a possession of some sort. Like, it felt the mocking, the laughing. And Mike too, he's such a nice guy. I don't understand. I was watching it. It felt, I don't know. It just felt
I
really,
think she was hurt, and I think she acted irrationally because she was hurt.
really bad. And I have never felt that way in such a long time. So angry, so upset at someone calling someone a liar and being so mean and nasty about it. And then to say something I said as a character assassination and to discredit Tana's story really upset me. And also knowing me as well, she knows me as well. And it's like, I've never laughed and mocked anybody. Like I said, you've been friends with Colleen, who like is one of the meanest people, and you don't want me to believe that you've done, you know what I mean? And it's like, I base my experience based on how I'm interacting with you now. So I know Rosanna now, and every time I've hung out with her, never once has she been drama or like talked bad about someone, and neither have I with her, because we're both old. We're both almost 40. That's just what it is. And when you're almost 40, why are we picking apart the story? Like you said, that there's no injustice. There's no court battle. This isn't Justin Baldoni versus Blake Lively. Joey admits there was something wrong, apologize. Tana's like, I hurt my finger. This happened to me. She's not suing. She's not asking for anything. She's just like, this is my story. And you can tell your story, Rosanna, 5,000 times. And like, she's not allowed, like, I don't.
Also, what they heard or experienced on set is nothing. Like Tana could leave that space, go home, and reflect on what happened, and understand certain things about it that are bigger and different from what was conveyed to them at that moment. Sometimes it takes time to process those things and to talk to her friends, which she did with Brooke and Paige, and Paige, and
And Paige was there, so she experienced that not being able to go down there with her. Like she was part of the experience.
Sometimes it takes time, and people feel differently about the situation than what they told you at that moment. Especially when you're filming, you're hyped, you have your character on. It's very different.
Tana's go with the flow. Like she does try to like just go with the flow and make things like whatever. So the fact that she even said something on set, I wouldn't have even done that. I've been uncomfortable so many times, and I will never say something on set because I'm just that person that's just like, let me just get through this. Let me not be a problem, whatever. Which, I mean, I think you should obviously speak up. But I think Rosanna's the perfect example. That's what's so crazy to me is she had the exact same experiences or somewhat similar experiences of feeling uncomfortable or harassed on Scream Queens. And she talked about it here. So it's like, or Mr. Beast. So it's like, you're in the same position as this girl. And how are you not?
Which is also a set in downtown that they criticize about, it's it was cold. It was like it was the same situation, and
you're allowed to talk about your experience if it was bad, and to not have empathy, and to just not only not have empathy, but just like mock and just say something didn't happen when you're not there. It's just like the most bizarre thing. It made me so sad. I just
don't understand one thing. Like the amount of times they said the word lie, lying, lie. This is a lie. That's a lie. This is like why? And then they recap the story, which was a lie, which was a lie, which was. I'm like, but so you're just trying to say Tana is a liar. So then the one thing we didn't see even happen. That must be a lie too. Like they were just trying. I'm like, that's
because
not.
You didn't know the distance.
That's just PR. Like you're just trying to create a certain image of a person.
So sad. And when I came down,
or even she was talking to her friends, with Paige and Brooke on the podcast. So somebody was asking, because again, it's entertainment. She's telling a story, but it's still a podcast. It's trying to be entertaining. Some of the girls were like, well, what if he took the mask off and he was actually very cute or whatever? It's fine. They're
Yeah, but you
talking
use
it
that against like, oh, see, they're fine.
and
It's
and
like,
criticize that. I'm like, no, it's her right to tell the story the way she wants to tell, to experience it the way she wants to experience it. It didn't make sense to me. I just did not. I was kind of in shock. I was like watching people. I'm like, these are not the people that I know, because I do love both of them.
Yes.
And I still love both of them. And I know something.
I don't know if I do. That was scary. It was scary. And when you said
it
write
was a
them down,
lot.
you were like, okay, well, is this friendship over then if we talk about them? And I was like, honestly, that was awful. Like, that was awful.
I just can't imagine that friendship being over, because they're so, like, we've been to every birthday of the kids. We've been to every.
Is someone coming to my house but thinking that I'm an elitist because I said I was uncomfortable going to downtown LA? It's because of my experience that I've had there. Made me so upset because I tell this story. I was a hooker. I was a stripper. I grew up in like the worst parts of the Midwest. Like, to even put that out to the world that I think I'm above someone because I'm scared to go to a place where I was sexually assaulted as a young female here in LA is pissed me off. It pissed me off because you don't know my history. You don't know why I don't want to go down there. I say it in a nice way. As you know, any shoot I ever do, if it's in downtown LA, I won't go or I ask for security. Like, it's not unreasonable. And to be like, oh, she thinks she's above people for that.
But I didn't even see. So she said that you made fun of the situation with her dad. And so I'm like, I sat here in every podcast. You never made fun of her.
I said,
never
and
made
maybe I
fun of
shouldn't
the
have
situation.
shared a private text that she sent, but I was like, we talked about the title of like her smoking her dad. And I was like, and to me, she knows it's outrageous. Obviously, that's why her title. And it's like a kooky thing to say. And obviously, she didn't smoke her dad. She planted it and she tells the story of how he smoked. And she smoked it, and it's not like she just, and I always liked the story. I've always liked the story, and I just shared the text, and I was like laughing. So I was like, oh my god, she even texted me this. Like, isn't that so crazy? I apologize, Rosanna, if that really did trigger you, or if you really thought that I was trying to make fun of. I don't even know. I don't even know how to apologize because if it really hurt you in that sense, and you really thought I was trying to make fun of you because your dad died, like that's so far off. But in the same sense, that's why I'm like, I just think we are just so disconnected, and so we don't know each other, and I don't want to know that person that thinks that about me because. Why wouldn't you text? She always says, oh, wise things went through a podcast. That didn't have to. You could have that could have been a text. And maybe she's like, well, she'll just read my text or whatever. I guess I understand that perspective. And I'm truly sorry if you thought that, but there's never been an ounce of me, even in my trolling days, my drug days, and the worst of me days, have I ever made fun of anyone for like losing a parent. That's the implication there is so outlandish and so wild. And it's something that I've like never been accused of. And it like hurt me to my core. And I'm in shock. And I'm really upset. And I don't want to talk about drama because I had such a good weekend. I have such a good week ahead. We have so many exciting things coming up and like life is good. I tell this to Oscar all the time. I'm like, I don't want to fake drama. I don't want to create drama that's not there because that's not what I'm into. I love hot topics when there's no drama. I love just talking about the Oscar recap. I love it because my life is good. And when I started talking about drama or faking drama, my life was chaotic because I don't want that energy.
Okie doke. So, I have a whole new understanding of the situation. I think that Rosanna lashed out. I mean, I guess that part hasn't changed really, but I mean, the way she lashed out definitely has, and like her, yeah. I understand that she over-exaggerated and, the situation and like other parts of the situation. I really think that she should not have involved herself in the skate night stuff at all. If you had a problem with what was said about your dad, you should have just said that and stuck with that and you didn't you could have just been like, hey, that bothered me, for this and this reason. And that's about it. And then you leave it at that. So I think that, and in terms of like Tana and what she said on Canceled, again, I think that if people are going to be so sensitive to it, especially, then yeah, you should not talk about other people's issues. Even though Tana can't really help it. I mean, she's on there to talk about people. So, I don't know. I guess I'm trying to change my perspective on that too. But, well, yeah. I think that I want to see what Tana has to say. After Rosanna's most recent video. I don't think that even Tana, said anything that bad about Rosanna's dad. But if anybody did, I guess it would have been her, but I don't think she did. So, once again, I would say innocent. This next one is not. I would say, well, that one, I don't know. I think that one might be everyone's an asshole. Not Trish, I don't think in that situation. I don't think she was at all, really. But in terms of, like, Rosanna, definitely. And certain things that Trish said about Rosanna's dad, yeah. So, But I'm less on Rosanna's side than I was in the beginning. Like, way less. Like, almost not at all. Other than, like, her being upset over what was said about her dad. I get that. And in terms, like, her, like, and her husband, reacting to it step by step, I think was a bad play. And, like, trying to debunk everything that Tana said, I think it was a bad play.
I donated 58 mil solar.
You should have done that. That was a big mistake. And unseemly. And yeah, it did seem like Trisha said, that you're not on side with victims. In terms of, so. But yeah. I wasn't expecting to change my mind so much on that, but I did. Anyway. It happens, though. I try to remain open-minded, I'm glad we watched what we watched in the order that we watched it. I think that helped me figure stuff out. I hope it helped anybody else that needed it. We are going to take a small break. And have one more segment, and then we'll be done, I think. Again, I am going to parcel this out into timestamps, and then I will also probably be trying to edit it down into clips and posting the clips individually. That way, I will do that for, like, the variety streams. If the stream is about, like, one thing, then I won't. But for these really long, like, variety streams, yeah, I think it'd be better if we break it down into different videos. Because not everybody's even going to want to click on the whole thing to click on the timestamps, you know what I mean? So. Okay. Okie dokie. So I only have their, I have the new snark subreddit pulled up so that we can refer to it, because it's right there. For anybody that was wondering, these people are like this. They do say things like this, and they are unhinged. Ethan can't get over the fact that we're not violating any Reddit rules. Stay mad, Ethan. Hee hee. Okay, the fact you're violating laws, though. You're breaking laws, dude. Don't brag about that. One of you broke a law and called CPS regarding his children. Message from Reddit. We have reviewed your report. Thanks for submitting the report to Reddit admin team. This content has already been investigated from a previous report. After investigating, we found that the report contest does not violate Reddit rules. That is crazy. Not me being on Reddit and trashing the site. But yeah, that is crazy. That's insane. It's fucked up, Reddit. They're violating laws. Does your TOS not go with law? Like state law or even federal law? Do they not coincide with US federal law? I'd be curious to that. They used her snark name. Is that what they call her? That's mean. You don't know if that was even a... That could have been one of yours, though, guys. You guys post on our subreddit all the time, just like how... Man, I really want... If I post something positive about Ethan to the subreddit, it's not me, guys, even though it's the same username. Here. Do I have to join to post to it? I don't want to join it if I can avoid it. If I do join it, I will immediately unjoin. Okay. To prove a point, that I don't think we would call her that, because that's very mean. And also a little racist. Just a tinge racist. Oh, so I don't. Nice. Okay. I know exactly what I want to post. Federal law on false CPS reports. Hold on. Okay, so it's state-based enforcement, unfortunately. Still, yeah, Reddit, do you not Care about that? Probably not. Unfortunately. And also my juice box is out, so I can't sip it menacingly at you. Hold on. Penalties for failure to report and false reporting of child abuse and neglect. Because both, and this is me talking, both get in the way of actual victims. Actually, I don't even want to be just hanging out on their subreddit this long. Let's go back to ours for a minute. Much better. State research. Should I look in for California? I mean, they would have to report it to California CPS, right? Doesn't matter what state the person that's reporting it's in. Yeah. Okay. Now I have a much more specific search. I'm going to post this to their subreddit with like little to no context, just so you know. Well, actually, I will post it with context. The context being, just so you know, this is illegal. Whoever you are, you should be scared. In California, knowingly making a false CPS report is considered illegal and can result in criminal charges, fines, penalties, including potential loss of custody rights in child custody cases if the false report was made during such proceedings. So, let me just screenshot that. And then I also am going to screenshot the one where they were like, Ethan's so mad. I'm going to post it to ours. I am on stream. I do not post to the subreddit. I'm posting to this for negative reasons, and I'm going to post the screenshot of me posting it onto our subreddit. How about that? How about that? Trying to mark out their username and I highlighted it. I mean, I frankly don't care if their username is in it. I just don't want them to try to say that I did anything I didn't do. Try to dox them and so forth. So I'm just gonna scritch it on out. Scritching it out. I'll show you. Hold on. This is what we got so far. Okay. because they think it's insane that one of theirs went to our subreddit and posted some crazy shit. That they think that's an insane idea. Let's just make a post. Let's see, what should the title be? Just because Reddit doesn't care doesn't make it legal. Alright. This is the post we got, guys. Okie doke. Here's the post. And we'll make the same post on ours. But, let's see. Say they think because Reddit doesn't care. It's not illegal. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Now, the post that I like making. Post. They're already responding and they're not happy. Just not even gonna reply. I'm probably gonna miss it. I don't care about my Reddit karma though. Clearly. They're being super defensive. Okay. I just had to update that. Now that that's been done. My phone's gonna explode. 4 replies. 4 replies in the past 2 minutes. They're not happy about that. Oh well. I really don't fucking care.
Stunning, beautiful.
You know, we have a
everybody.
special guest today. His name is Abstaban.
Oh, Abstaban.
When we adopted Olive, she had Giardia. And then the next day, Sonny started having diarrhea, so we suspected he might have Giardia. Seeing as that he's an infant, he's crawling around, he's putting everything in his mouth, etc. Makes sense, right? It's obvious. So it turned into this whole snark narrative that our house is a mess, that there's dog shit everywhere, that Sonny is eating shit and getting Giardia, and that, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And well, it culminated in somebody finally, an anonymous call went into them on the 3rd, saying that they were somebody that works at the house, and they wanted to.
So I can give you like a live update on what they're saying to me on this post. From the horse's mouth, as they say. You got proof we coordinated it in this community, or are you going to continue to hallucinate? And then somebody, thank you, said he proved it was talked about in here, and said we caused it. He shows one thing that makes it that makes it kind of a reasonable claim, and then ramps it up. It's not ramped up, dude. What do you mean? He accused you of making a fake. One of you made a fake CPS call about his kids. One of you did that. And you have talked about how he has been breaking CPS laws, and he has not. You've been talking about it for like over a month and a half, guys. He has no proof it came from the subreddit, and neither do you. That's why Reddit doesn't care. It was actually someone on Snark. Okie dokie, guys. The cope is real with this one, huh? Here you go. We'll just wait for that to fill up and the post to get some more replies on it, and then I'll screenshot it and post it to the subreddit to give them an update. So, they're very defensive, clearly. I only posted, how long was it? That post has been up not even like a full 10 minutes. Not even a full 10 minutes. And you can see how defensive they're being. Even one of the people on their side, I almost upvoted it because I thought it was like an op, like a psyop like me. And so, but no, I read it and it said, he may have a point, but he's embellishing. What, dude? I'm sorry? I actually do want to upvote that, only because it makes them look like idiots. I just don't want to interact with that sub. At all, actually.
Report us because our kids are crawling around eating dog shit and getting viruses. And they were able to provide enough details because of what I said on the show to make it appear that it was somebody. He said, like, when he first showed up, he's like, it's somebody that you know who made the report. And I'm like, no, okay. So, I mean, they used, I mean, yeah, you could easily impersonate.
Oh, sorry.
You're good, go ahead.
What's truly like despicable to me is the fact that like you hear so often that CPS like that they're not.
This is something that I've talked about time and time again. Yeah, you don't want to distract them from the cases that really matter, for one. And for two, if there's no reason for that kid to be in state care, like, they should not be in state care. It's not a good place for them to be in. You know what you're wishing for those children? Do you understand what you're putting on them when you made that call? They're in a very loving and wonderful home. A home that I think a lot of people would be grateful and blessed to be raised in. And you're going to pull them from that to be petty. And you're going to put them... Because let me tell you something. Even if it was Bad Empanada that made that call, he has been in the subreddit. So it is one of you. It's one of you. One of you did that. And it's illegal. Just because you can't prove it didn't mean it didn't happen. Just because you did it anonymously, because you're scared, because you know it's wrong, doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It doesn't mean that it was one of the snarkers. It was clearly one of the snarkers. Anywho.
Always.
Yeah, if you're really wanting what's best for these kids, or for any kid for that matter, you are going to do your due diligence first to make sure that it's not a false claim and to make sure that this is actually what's best for the child in question. Because I'm telling you, being in state care it's not a good deal. It's not. And from seeing it, I had a job that was related to a similar situation. No, you don't want to wish that on anybody unless it is absolutely necessary. The situation is not necessary at all. They are loved and taken care of.
They're underfunded.
Yes, and also it always like seeps through the cracks for some reason.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they were so on it here, it's like that could have gone to a family that really needed it and a child that really needed to be saved. Like
I was pretty surprised. I mean, he one anonymous call. I was like, that's all it takes. But I guess the thing is, he was like, we thought it was someone who
I can't imagine how
know.
scary.
The guy was very nice. He was a very professional, a nice young guy, very nice. At first, he's not from our world. He doesn't understand. And I tried to explain, like, this is part of this harassment campaign. We've been visited by the FBI. We've been swatted, this and that. And we talked for a while. He gets it, but there's certain things that I guess he has to do. So he looked all. I mean, you walked around with him. I was upset about the whole thing.
Well, yeah, I was very upset as well.
He
wanted to look at everything.
Well, the house is spotless.
He was checking the house and like, where do the dogs go?
I know that Ethan and Hila clean themselves and they take care of their own shit, But even if they didn't, like they also don't have to. Like they have a full staff. They still do their part to help their staff clean and they still do. They take care of their responsibilities. But they have people that take care of those things. You really think that anything is going to be left on the wayside? You think that there's going to be dog shit on the floor when they have millions of dollars and full staff? Who do you think is letting that slide? What do you mean? How could
Potty because we heard that there's poop on the floor.
The house is spotless.
Our house is so clean.
And also we literally installed this huge outdoor, I don't know how you call it. It's like a huge out.
I unlocked an achievement on Reddit. Because of how many snarkers have replied to this post so mad. It's up to 12 replies so far. I have responded to none of them. And they all say the same copy things. Proof, picture didn't happen. Proof.
Area connected.
We did like
because one guy that's like, okay, there's a little bit of proof, but it's exaggerated. That guy's on there.
We live in an area where there are coyotes, and we did fence our house like really well. They don't really get in the backyard, but for our own peace of mind, we wouldn't let the dogs out unsupervised.
Hell no, in the middle of the night, especially
in the middle of the night. So we set up a doggy door for them that once you exit it, you're in a totally enclosed, like a huge cage. It's not like a small cage. It's like a room.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody in our house is very privileged, including the dogs and the kids. So I showed him like, we take them out. They have a giant backyard, and then they even have this enclosure that we built just for them so they can go out safely at night. Then I showed him the kids' rooms, and he's like, oh yeah, lots of toys. And I'm like, yep, lots of toys. Then he wanted to see Sunny. I went to show him Sunny, and he fucking woke up Sunny that was taking a nap.
He did on
not on purpose, but he wanted to take a look. And Sunny's like, they sense everything. The babies can sense, and it's like, what the fuck is this stranger staring at me in my room?
Such a jarring experience that they did not have to go through. That the baby did not have to go through. That any of the children that you claim to care about when you're making these calls, there's no reason for them to have to go through this. This is ridiculous. You should feel ashamed.
We looked at Sunny, then they wanted to talk to our nanny and ask questions. Who feeds the kids? Who takes care of them? Who takes them to school? And like,
what do you do when you get angry at your kid?
Yeah, what do you do
when the dog poops on the floor? And then the part that, in my opinion, crossed the line was like, so I'm going to visit your kids at school and ask them questions. And I says, you're not fucking doing that.
No,
I mean, we both were like, that's not happening. You're not going.
Terrifying.
You are not doing that. So he agreed to come visit our house
next week
when the kids are at home because he needs to fucking interview our kids as a matter of procedure.
But I was like, I really don't want you to create any bad memory here for them. Like, they are 5 and 3. They don't understand this shit. So I told him, if you want to come, and I'm going to tell them that you're our friend, and I'm going to be there, and you can ask them questions as our friend, we can do that. But like, anything beyond that is not happening.
I do want to clarify the guy was very nice and understanding.
The guy was nice. I have no problem with the guy.
His job, but like,
it's not related.
It's kind of hard to believe that one anonymous tip can result in this fucking
anonymous call.
Massive waste of time and resources from a vitally underfunded, understaffed, overworked department that does really important work.
But then you hear about stories, people that actually need the help and they don't get it.
That's what Olivia was saying, yeah.
So frequently.
Yeah. You are taking time and resources from kids that are actually being abused, and I hope you feel good about that, whoever you are.
Yeah, shit, I don't know. But I mean, at what point is it like, and this is something, if you go on Reddit and you go on the snarks, this is something, and the new snark that they all migrated to is completely unmoderated.
One of the reasons I wanted to do the same thing with each one of these segments. I wanted everybody to be able to speak for themselves. The Reddit snarker individual cannot speak for themselves. In terms of the subreddit itself, they are yelling at me and screaming at me right now, acting defensive as hell. They are not shedding themselves in a good light. Gave them the opportunity to speak up and defend for themselves. No. Does nothing. Only makes me up to 24 replies. These people are crazy. They found another comment I made about going to war over Shredder. Because I had they said, "This is you, right?" And they found the post that I made. These people are nuts. Come find me on here, please. But yeah, I made a post about on our subreddit. Not even on there. So this shows that they stalk our subreddit, by the way. I made a post on our subreddit about how literally all it said was "we go to war" or something like that, and I think it got like 2 upvotes. And it was about Shredder, and I didn't provide the context because I didn't think I had to, but also that's not why he died. You guys are ignorant. But I had a 22-year-old dog. I had a very old dog. Small dog. I loved him. He was my soul dog. The way that Ethan talks about Shredder is the way that I feel and think about that dog all the time. Okay? So I just think it's wrong. I think the whole thing is wrong. And the fact that you think that, what, this is you, right? Yeah, that's me. And I stand by what I said then and now. Somebody said, you should mute us so that we don't bother you. Bitch, you're not bothering me. You're giving me content, hunty. Yeah, I don't care about any of this. This does not bother me, babe. How? Oh, if anything, you just give me something to talk about. And I love to talk. But, also, guys, like, I don't know what you think you're saying to me right now. You're not even, like, really insulting me. Honestly. You're just badly defending yourselves. And then somebody's like, sounds like you're having a bad weekend. You should probably mute us like the admins say. No. Please continue. Actually, I love to see it, and I want more of it. I will screenshot every bit of this, and even take out your names, and then repost it. Yeah. Yes, I will. Because this is my post, and I can do whatever the hell I want with it. Thank you, guys. I really do appreciate. How long has it? I feel like a celebrity. How long has it been? When did I post this? 17 minutes ago. I think I'm like a Reddit celeb now, guys. These people like love to hate me. Did I find my niche? Anywho.
This is something that this is a narrative that they've picked up and talked about all the time. And I just wonder at what point, I think Reddit is just waiting for me to kill myself. I genuinely, I don't know what it takes. And I think if...
That is what it takes. Somebody eventually will do that. And then they'll be like, oh no, there's this phenomenon called snark pages.
We had no idea.
And then the journalist will write about it. And they'll be like,
journalists, by the way.
Can you believe this phenomena of snark pages?
The same people who are like, Ethan Klein.
I know that they really want to have bothered me, but they have done quite the opposite. So... but yeah, there are people that will be very negatively affected. There are people that weren't consistently bullied through high school and, middle school and also just genuinely don't care what these idiots, these keyboard warriors that spend no better time, than to do what they're doing, which is crazy. It is impossible for me to even make that one post that I made took it out of me. I hate posting on Reddit. But I will take my time out of my day to screenshot every single bit of this. I know for them that probably isn't a big deal. I'm going to screenshot every single bit of that. And I would repost it. These sons of bitches, dude. Bastards. You fucking hurt me, dude.
Is actually in a state of psychosis.
Yeah.
He says that nobody's ever been harassed like him in the history of the internet. And actually, I'm going to interview the mods of these snark subreddits and also characterize them as heroes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ethan.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what to do. Like, at a certain point, I just really don't understand. Again, Trisha's subreddit was...
I mean, I have proof literally on my phone on how unhinged these people are. They're fucking crazy. I have it right here, towards me. So I can say whatever I want about these people. These specific people. They're coming towards me. They don't know that I'm on live talking about them right now, but I fucking am. Let's see. They're all like, oh, whoops, thought you did something. Why do you think I'm not responding to any of your comments, guys? Do you think it's because, I'm scared of like what you guys are saying or like I'm affected by what you guys are saying? That's not it. It's because I'm taking it and I'm posting it on other platforms and exposing you. I'm exposing you on YouTube. I'm gonna repost it onto Reddit. So here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on blast. I might even put it on TikTok. This would be a good short, actually. I could cut it down, turn it into a short, and make it into a TikTok. Do like a full 3-minute TikTok, though. Like one of the big ones. Ethan literally says his kids have Giardia. No, he did not. He said he was wondering if they did, because his dog did. That was it. People are allowed to be like a little like hysterical. You know that's like not illegal, right? Like they're allowed to like worry about shit. I worry about shit all the time. Let me see. Somebody said, hey Sherlock, look around the subreddit. Do you see anybody organizing or even justifying fraudulent CPS calls? No. I guess not. What I see is a bunch of people frantically defending themselves. Nobody asked you to do that. That makes you look guilty, guys. I know that, like, all of you couldn't have done it, but, like, I don't know. I genuinely have no idea which one it could be, because you are all almost as equally unhinged as the next. This is crazy. You guys spend your time and you do this all the time? That's nuts. I've been streaming, like, all day today, and it's like, how can I internet for that long, is what I'm thinking. And then, like, you guys are just on here doing this shit, like, constantly. Fuck, dude. You guys have, like, families? Oh, I accidentally interacted with that one. I don't even want to I don't want to I literally do not want to interact with these guys, like, at all. Like, I want to use their post for content. For content! And also, to show, how right Ethan really is about these people. And how unhinged they really, really are. I'm not using Ethan's situation for content. It's a horrible situation that they put him through. I'm using them frantically acting like idiots and trying to defend themselves as the content. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, I will use them for that. They're fucking... What else? What other use do they have for anybody else? They don't. At least they're contributing kind of to society at this point. Me using them for that.
Ruining her life, or the snark one.
Yeah.
It was super toxic there, and she got it removed fairly easily.
You know what I would like to say too is that, like, if she actually cared about us and about other parents and children, she would tell her friends to back off. Because to me, a lot of these people are her fans. It started as Frenemies 3 for the people that remember.
They're still
There was
going.
Frenemies, then there was Frenemies 2, then Frenemies
Right,
3
forgot about all that.
was like the latest snark page. Then it became
Shout out to Frenemies 12, by the way.
a rebrand to
Oh yeah,
H.
that was a real one. They went
It
all the way
became
up to 12.
H3 Snark.
Crazy.
And then Israel-Palestine happened, and they took this like, oh, okay, actually we can pretend that we actually care about Israel-Palestine, and that's our new cause. But
Despite
I'm
the-
pretty sure a lot of
or
those
this-
people are from Trisha's days, and then they also like combined with Hassan,
know about
so
this
it
one.
became this like axis.
Yeah, before
But I
October
understand where
7th,
she's
it
coming
was
from, I
like
guess.
pretty much just a collective of really deranged weirdos that nobody took seriously.
Yeah.
And then after October 7th, it really took off. And it started going mainstream when people like Hassan and other people in the world started citing it and calling it out. And people like Adam McIntyre who are like, I respect Snark.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
doing good work.
That's
And
exactly
Ethan-
like what's frustrating me with the whole internet right now is how everybody's such a hypocrite. And when they want, they can cite the snark like some actual source. And then when it doesn't fit the narrative, then they'll say whatever. But yeah, I'll even ask Trisha, why don't you say something to your fans? I haven't seen her say anything, but I know how she knows how it feels. She was saying she was suicidal.
Yeah, that's
I think that Trisha
Yeah.
and Moses just want to stay away from the whole age 3 umbrella. I don't know if it's anything personal, but I understand what she's saying. What they're going through is horrible. So let's go here.
I want to kind of just get this out now so that we don't have to bring it up next time. But they're posting that making CPS reports are anonymous on this subreddit, the new Snark.
So they're promoting doing it?
How is this not breaking the rules?
Yeah.
How is this allowed on Reddit?
That's crazy.
Well, it's so weird because they're all asking for proof right now. Prove it. Prove it. This person literally contradicts themselves. They said, 1, just because Ethan wants it to be a snarker doesn't mean it actually was. 2, there are 30 to 40,000 snarkers. So it could be any single fucking one of you, is what you're saying. Because there are so many of you deranged lunatics.
2 hours, no moderation. How is this allowed? I'm losing my fucking
It's
mind.
just so obvious. Like none of these people are actually worried about.
No.
us
This
as
is a
parents.
serious fucking issue. Like this is not. This has to be dealt with. This is not normal. All CPS reports are anonymous. Just wanted to remind everyone, whether you're a fan or a snarker. Oh yeah, the fans are lining up to call CPS. The Child Protective. Well, I guess they overlap. The Child Protective Service are all anonymous and confidential. If someone did call CPS on EK, there's no way he could identify or know who did it, at least without getting his lawyer involved. This is another example of
isn't like that high of a
slapping
bar.
a false implication. What? I didn't imply it. This is another example of EK slapping a false implication on highly critical people of A Street. Oh,
Nice.
right. It wasn't.
Nice one.
It wasn't one of you guys. It was. I don't even know what they're trying to say. It
was
means to your
Cam.
fame and vilify anyone.
Yes, exactly. They're like, it's not us, but if it was, though, good luck proving it. Like, you realize how guilty that makes you look? Dumbass.
It was Cam. He said you didn't feed him. It's revenge.
Hold on. This is on Reddit. 2 hours it's been up there without being moderated, and it has 200 points. Guys, please mass report this. This is just such a fucking disgusting, blatant violation. I am so. Send me that link,
I
please.
don't know how is there no way to like get Reddit to do something. I don't understand that.
I feel like with Reddit, the history has been that outside forces always get involved.
Oh, I just got something interesting. Speaking of new evidence, pull this up. I'm sending it in the podcast chat.
Okay.
Where do
One
you
second
send it?
before you bring that up, let me type something.
Where'd you send it, love? I need it on my phone.
Oh.
Okay.
Just because historically on Reddit, as I forget who said it, but somebody was alluding to.
I said it.
Yeah, the sort of big scandals that Reddit have had in the past about lack of moderation on the site usually reached a tipping point when it started to gain attention, and either a newspaper, CNN did a report, or it was either CNN or MSNBC
I know
did the
that
whole
worked
thing
for
about
Forbes.
the jail bait thing.
There's 15 people currently on this subreddit, it says. 13 now. But there have been 34 people that have replied to this. Oh my god, you guys. Get a life, guys. Please.
I know a guy that works for Forbes.
You do know a guy who works for Forbes. My point.
It's defaming people and then trying to defend themselves poorly. I might add, very poorly.
Being is like, yeah, I mean that's a possible
Sure,
route.
if there's a reporter that gives a fuck, I mean, I assume they probably would have already written about it if they did. And the only reporters talking about it are literally participating in the gaslighting.
I think the problem is that they haven't seen this, so we need to get this to people's attention.
How do you even explain it? It's so fucking
I mean,
nuts.
this one is easy to explain. Just send this screenshot to anybody and say, this narc pages.
I've been seeing them talk about this for months. I've been seeing like random people talk about how they feel that Ethan is breaking CPS laws and how they feel it should be reported. Not saying anybody here should, just saying it should probably be dealt with. That kind of thing has been going on for a while now.
Are now resorting to CPS
At least like a month and a half.
reports.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
this is
that's all
definitely
you need to
crossing a line, big time. So,
Yeah, I think the issue right now is that outside forces just look at it as just YouTube drama, and a lot of these big like reporters don't want to really deal with that because they think they're above it.
Mhm.
So if you just kind of like really show what it's about, I think they would pick it up because it is a fascinating story.
Oh, here, this is a chat from Snark. Why do you want Ethan? Bad episode told me CPS is looking for a new home for them. Oh, that's an interesting lead. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to be surprised at all if it came from him. But here's somebody, and by the way, I just can't get over that people are actually upvoting this. Like, people are like, yes, I'm participating in this conversation. Okay, Bad Empanada told CPS they're looking for a new home. It's really strange, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, somebody should tell, a reliable news source about the story. Somebody should do that. I may do that. Somebody should definitely do that.
Okay, but I mean, I guess this is the...
I think they basically show that they talk about CPS before it happened to you. So like 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 8 days ago, that was a reoccurring topic on H3.
Oh, these people are so fucking pathetically stupid. Yep, I was thinking this dude was way too flippant about the fact that he had fucking controlled substance use on the damn floor in a house with toddlers. Are you fucking... This was before we had kids.
It's really becoming hard to do this show because it's like you can't tell any random story anymore because it becomes like content for this guy and a whole weapon against us.
I'm not going to edit myself, that's for sure. But
I know, but this is getting really difficult.
It's hard to when.
Why do you care? If you guys are so innocent and you believe that every single one of you is innocent, why are you guys so obsessed with defending yourselves to me? I'm nobody to you. I've never posted in your subreddit. So what is... You clearly feel that you or somebody in your community did this, or you would not be defending yourselves.
But I didn't have kids at the time. You fucking idiot. I said Shredder was 1 or 2 years old. You dumb, pathetic, fucking loser. Anyway, if Teddy would have eaten it, they would have had an unpleasant visit from CPS. Oh yeah, they had kids crawling around. Holy crap, that's dark. Bad Empanada's IG stories, but by laughing it off and it's basically just going, oh, Ethan, his whole staff is telling him it's normal.
Shut up.
Yeah, let's
makes me talking about it. Poor kids deserve better. So I work in a field where I'm mandated.
Poor kids deserve better.
I work in a field where I'm a mandated reporter. If I heard the story,
if you are a mandated reporter to something like this, you should not have your job. I mean, because you clearly would not go through the due diligence of that child to understand what they were actually going through, and it wasn't even an actual case of Giardia. You would need you would need physical proof that those kids ingested and contracted Giardia from the dogs. You would need proof of that. It never even fucking happened. So truly, if you would report this and get a whole CPS kerfluffle about it, you should lose your job. Absolutely, you should. And this nurse, this person that's claiming to be a nurse, you should also lose your job. Your CNA, your licensing, everything. You should lose your everything. You're going to ruin people's lives. That don't deserve it.
related to my job, I would have to call
because you're so bored, because you're so, I've seen people where I used to work act like this all the time. You're so bored in your own life that you want to make shit up about people that haven't done anything. Meanwhile, there are people that are not getting your attention, that are actually going through shit that you... So, yeah, it's really messed up. You should lose your license and all of your credentials and never be allowed to work around children or caretaking or healthcare or anything of the sort.
CPS. Yeah, I'm a nurse. If I had a pediatric patient come in and his wife, and this was with the story, I'm 100% reporting it. So, I mean, yeah, there's no question it came from Snark. There's no question. This is just a thing. And I mean, there has to be a way to hold Reddit accountable. At this point, I can't even blame the Snarkers. It's just they are enabling it. They're allowing it. And as far as I can tell, they are participating in it. There needs to be some accountability for these fucking pathetic people. Why was Trisha Snark?
Yeah, I agree. Something needs to happen. They are unhinged and they feel like that because they keep getting away with it, they're starting to feel like they're justified in being so ridiculous. And it's going to get even more dangerous than it already is. They're going to affect people in their own lives with these kinds of mentalities. These people are going to start chain reactions everywhere that they go. I can't believe that they have actual functioning jobs. How do you do anything? How do you do anything else but what you are doing? So much time and energy devoted to this, it's ridiculous. It's going to cloud your judgment for everything that you're doing, and you definitely shouldn't be working in any sort of healthcare.
Banned, like no problem. This has been going on for years, and it's getting more and more extreme. CPS came to our fucking house this morning. What the fuck, you guys? What the fuck? What do I do?
Maybe we need to make like a Instagram reel where I say what happened, post it on Instagram, post it on Twitter.
I don't think anything.
That won't work.
There's the answer is not on social media. It's with lawyers and reporters.
My lawyer can't do fucking shit, and it's driving me crazy.
I don't know what to tell you.
They go, 2:30, you can't do anything. Really? I can't believe that. That a website just allows this level of harassment, and it's just like, 2:30, you can't fucking...
That's just 2:30.
Section 230, they can't be held responsible for what their users post.
But isn't taking...
Is that why Kiwi Farms exist?
Kiwi Farms, well, the owners are down with all that.
Well, it's 4:30. I've streamed basically all day. I think it's probably about time to get off. Not the best note to leave on. Usually I would do a palate cleanser, but these people are being such unbelievable living, breathing trash that I think that we should just let them wallow in it, honestly. They're seething. They are seething mad over here. Look at that. Well, I'm glad I impacted their lives. Thank you if you watched any of this. I don't expect anybody to watch this whole thing all the way through. It's super long. I'm gonna divide it up into parts and different videos. Each topic that I covered will be its own video. But this whole live stream will have timestamps, so if you want to watch it before it gets edited down, I would just go to the timestamps. I don't think my channel's big enough to where it's gonna put the timestamps up on the actual video for me, but if I put the timestamps down in the description, then all you have to do is read it and then click on which section you want to go to, and it'll take it to you in the video. So thank you I appreciate it. And I think I'm gonna get off the stream now.